What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we react to the latest AP poll. How far did the Longhorns fall? We'll go around the rest of the country and put a bow on week one of the college football season. And we'll start to look ahead to week two. More sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference. A few more positive takeaways from the Longhorns' week one loss to Ohio State. Plenty of Texas football chatter on today's show. Plus, the NFL kicks off tomorrow. Little Dallas Cowboys, Philadelphia Eagle rivalry to get things going. We will start to talk week one, the National Football League, a little Major League Baseball to get into, some controversy down in Houston after the Yankees put it on the Stros last night in H-Town. Got a little tennis to talk about, and a couple of weird arrest stories. One from California and, one from Florida. Florida man is back. And we have to dive into. So a lot of sports, a lot of fun to be had over the next couple of hours. We appreciate y'all starting your hump days with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I am doing fantastic, man. Beautiful morning. Sun is up, nice and bright this morning. The bussie's gone by, picked up the kids in the car line. Hopefully they got the message yesterday to help somebody out that they know is struggling, be passionate yesterday. So I had a good feeling that kids did a good job. Some kids in the car line, if only get one to listen and do something different, that would be great. And I think I felt like I had a few that did some good things yesterday. So I feel good today. I really do. So it's a golf day. I'm going to get a little golf in. It looks like the weather's going to be low 90s today. No rain in sight. But there's something in the air out there. Something's blowing around. And, I'll never have the flu, but, once a year I get some kind of little allergy sniffle that seems like it's a cold. It's kind of starting up right now. So I don't know what's kicking. I don't know if I've got the dust from the desert or smoke from Mexico, but something's out there. Maybe it's dealing with my nasty dog this morning, trying to catch him and put him in the pen because he's a filthy man.
Dog. My dog got me sick. My dog ate my homework. That's what you're doing?
He's a filthy animal, and I've got to some pills to knock him out, so then I can shave him a little bit on his backside because he looks like he's disgusting. That's why it's an outdoor dog.
I would say you're a filthier animal than your dog is, wouldn't you?
No. Oh no. No. I'm way cleaner than the dog. No, don't buy that. Don't buy that whole story about a dog's mouth is cleaner than a human's mouth. You see how dogs greet each other? They go down towards their anal parts.
Just a little sniffing, not a little licking.
Some lick the bottom part. Yeah.
A little smell never hurt nobody.
I don't go around sniffing A's,
You go around licking them, I believe.
Oh my goodness. They're so bad. Yeah, but there's something out there. I don't know. For those allergy sufferers, maybe you can tell me what's out there in the air, because you people know every day what's out there, whether it's moles, wheatgrass, barley, oats, you all know. So I have no clue, but something's going on.
You got your USA.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hey, I'm done listening about Tommy Fleetwood. That's over with, okay? You got one win. Enjoy it. But I'm sick of hearing about him every day on the Golf Network about, what a miracle it was. And the Ryder Cup, he's going to be something in the Ryder Cup. Who cares? Yeah. I'm like you now. What a piece of crap he is.
Golf is now scripted, so it's disappointing. That's the worst part of all of this thing. I thought golf was unscripted, right? Plenty of sports feel scripted these days with some of the predictable results we've been getting. I thought golf was not one of those, but all of a sudden Tommy Fleetwood picks up his first career win in the Tour Championship. And, I no longer believe that this stuff all happens by chance, Buck.
Wow, his son's got football, his first middle school game. This is about the time I went to see my son play football, AJ. And after that game, he's like, that's it. I'm going to play soccer. I'm not getting hit like this. Are you kidding me?
Played one game and he was done?
That dude was done. He was like, I'm not doing this again.
Yeah, it worked out for him. Normally I would criticize people for choosing soccer over football, but your son ended up on a college scholarship, so I would say he made the right decision.
Yeah, he made the right decision. Quitter.
Yeah, quitter, soft,
Yeah.
communist, some might say.
And now he can hardly walk with his knee with about 10 knee surgeries from that sport. That is unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so yeah, he made a good decision. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you very much for the great job that you do for all of us. We do appreciate it. To you and your family, be safe out there, please.
All right, I'm testing something, Buck. I got a new computer over the weekend, and we've been tinkering with the settings over the last couple of days. I'm going to try to play a drop, and I want you to tell me if you can hear it, okay?
Okay.
Here we go.
I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
And she's right. I'll never have the flu.
It came through.
Yes.
All right. Loud and clear?
Loud and clear. I'll never have the flu. COVID, there's a good chance I'll get that again. I've had it twice. And bring it on. Even at 70, bring it on. But the flu, I'll never have the flu.
I'll never have.
I just tell people, because I just keep saying it. Just tell yourself that you're never going to get it.
Okay, I like that mindset. Gloria Copeland, I'll never have the flu. All right, some people are saying low volume, can barely hear it. So I guess there's more tinkering to be done after the show. But we're making progress here. We switched from a PC to a Mac. So some of the things that we had down on PC are now being transferred, and we got to figure them out on the Macintosh system.
You're a Mac guy now.
I mean, I'm both. I still have 3 PC laptops, including one here that I use as my second screen. But now the broadcast computer is a Mac. So,
you have a roadie? Do you have one? You go on the road. You don't bring or you just use one.
No, the one that I've got set up now is actually a desktop. It's pretty cool. It's called the Mac Mini, and it's like a pretty small little box. And an entire computer is in this box. Now I've got it hooked up to a monitor and hooked up to all of the other equipment. But yeah, computer technology is pretty ridiculous now. I mean, back in the day, those things were just giant monsters. And now,
what about this thing of mine? Is this thing worth anything anymore?
There's that. Is it an iPad?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a big one. I mean, does it do anything?
Does it work?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, it does something. Like, it does a lot of the things that you could do on a computer or a cell phone.
Oh, I know one thing. It took good pictures. This is some of the best pictures that I've ever had. I would take this big thing, like the trips to Alaska, and I got some of the best pictures on this big old sucker right here.
Yeah, I never got the appeal of the iPad, because to me it was just an oversized phone. Like, I guess it's good to me. Like, the best feature of the iPad or just the tablet in general is it's a bigger screen. So like, if you watch a lot of movies or shows, then okay, you don't carry around a giant TV. You just throw that thing in your backpack and boom, you get a bigger screen to watch.
Will one of my grandkids appreciate it, or they're going to go, sorry, Pops, we already had, that's come and go. They give me that, it's come and gone, or they?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, they make a new iPad pretty much every year. So yours might be a little old and outdated, but a lot of the apps and technology is still relevant.
I'm talking about a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old. They'd probably still say,
oh, yeah. No, I think they could download some games and play some games on there, and I think have a good time for sure.
And I could download some videos on there, right?
What kind of videos are you wanting your young grandkids to watch?
No, I mean, I could for myself. If I wanted to watch a movie, I could still do that on there.
Well, don't forget the hub is now illegal in the state of Texas, so I can show you how to use a VPN to get by all that stuff.
Oh no, I've never done that before. I mean, that's we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. I've never done that before on a computer.
VPN?
I've never watched porn on that thing ever.
I know you said that. I know you said that a few weeks ago, but I was just assuming and or hoping that you were lying.
No, I'm telling the truth. I've always been that guy. If I did any of that kind of stuff, I would go to channel 999 or whatever on the TV set when I had Spectrovism. Yeah. But
Now we're
now,
talking. All right, that
yeah,
works too.
no, but not now. I've got a mate here that sees the bill, so no.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the beauty of using the hub. It's free. You just have to make sure you X out of the tab before you close the computer,
Oh,
you know?
there's way too many ways for me to get caught doing something like that.
You just don't know how. You got to learn the ways of the world in 2025, man. People aren't looking at the Sears catalog to get off anymore. All
Oh,
right.
that was great. That's how it all started. Sears and Roebuck catalog, the
Oh
bra
my
section.
no, it's things have gotten a lot better since then, my friend.
Or a
Uh,
lot worse.
Whatever. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We're having some fun. 512-222-9328. That's the number for the Coda text line. If you want to chime into the show, you can do that. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Buck will open up the show talking about the AP poll. The AP poll for week 2 came out yesterday, and there is a new number 1, obviously, atop the polls. That is Ohio State. They jumped from 3-1 after knocking off Texas over the weekend, and it wasn't even close. The Buckeyes received 55 of a possible 66 first-place votes. So Penn State stays at number 2, but this one was pretty easy for most of the AP voters. They were so impressed with what the Buckeyes were able to do against Arch Manning and the Longhorns that they jump up, and they are your new number 1 team in college football. Any qualms with that?
No, none whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, that defense looks legit. Julian Sand did a good enough job managing the game, and that's a huge win. I totally agree with it, right? If I had a vote in the AP poll, I don't know if I would have voted Texas number 1 to start the year, but after Ohio State beat Texas and held the Longhorns offense in check the way that they did, to me, they are deserving of the number 1 spot. Texas fell to number 7. I think that's kind of where you and I
7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I think I said 5 through 7 and you said 7 through 9. So it was the one number that both of us had in our ranges. I was a little over optimistic, thinking maybe it could be higher than that, but the Longhorns fall from number 1 to number 7. If you care about the coaches poll, Texas dropped to number 6 in that one, but 7 is the number obviously people care about, and that will be the number on the TV scorebug this weekend when the Longhorns take the field against San Jose State.
Yeah, I mean that's fallen. That's not fallen as far as it looked. I mean, there's going to be there's going to be times where Texas can slowly work its way back, and that really won't happen until the Florida game, depending on how Florida plays. But let me ask you this: I want to see who made the big jump. What did Florida State end up doing? Did they get to the top 12?
So, well, the team that fell the most is the team that Florida State beat. Yeah. How about Alabama falling from number 8 to number 21, Buck?
Yeah, I love everybody loves to love Alabama. When Alabama loses, the guys are saying, don't sleep on Alabama. What if they're just shit? What if they are? I mean, it's so funny. Why can't they be shit? Why does it always have to be, keep your eye out for Alabama. They're not going to fall very far. Well, they've fallen pretty far, and they still could be crap.
Well, they were shit for years before Nick Saban got there.
Well, yeah, but now nobody believes that. Even with the coach they have right now, they just don't believe. Oh no, you still hear SEC Network. They talk about how, don't sleep on Bama. They'll still be around.
Look, I thought Bama was going to be really good this year. I'd picked them to make the college football playoff going into the season. And look, it's one game. It's the same thing we say about Texas. We got to say it about Alabama. You don't want to overreact too much to a week 1 result. But, Texas was a lot more competitive in their game. And obviously they played a much better team than Alabama did. So there are a lot of questions about Alabama. And then, Kalen DeBoer, it's crazy that 9-3 is a disappointing year, but he was 9-3. They lost a bowl game to go to 9-4, and with what he's following there in Tuscaloosa, that was a very disappointing year 1 for him. So I think there's a lot more. There should be at least a lot more confidence in Texas being fine than Alabama being fine.
Nobody's coming out of this season unscathed. Everybody's going to take a hit. I believe.
They're
not going to be the undefeateds.
Sark talked about it, right? Like he believes that the days of an undefeated national champion are over. I think more often than not, your national champ will have at least one loss because of how
Sure.
many games there are. And I feel like more often than not, your national champ is going to come from the SEC or the Big Ten. So they're going to have to play a lot of really, really good games over the course of a year. I do think at some point we'll get, undefeated national champions for teams that are just historically good, but it's
Sure.
tough. And that's the beauty of the expanded playoff is for a long time in this sport. If you lost your week 1 game, it was hoping and praying that your team took care of business, but maybe more importantly, other teams around you lost to open up the door for you to creep back in. That was obviously the case when 2 teams played for a title. And then even in the 4-team playoff, like, if Texas lost 2 games 2 years ago, they wouldn't have made it to the college football playoff. So now,
Yeah, as long as you still stay in
postseason,
that, you stay in that top 10, it's a long season.
yeah. I mean, I think everybody knows, like, if Texas goes 10-1 the rest of the way to
Sure.
finish 10-2, they will be guaranteed a playoff spot. Right? Anything less than that, it's a little dicey. 9-3, maybe you give yourself a chance. Obviously, anything worse than that, you're out. So
Yeah, you have to beat one of the teams that your schedule and on everybody's schedule to lose to. You got to beat one of those. You may be able, you may be able to get ambushed by somebody, but the big ones, they're going to really mean something at that time if you lose that game to a Georgia. If you got to beat them, or then you got to play them maybe in a championship. You can't afford to lose to them twice. You can't afford to lose to the same team twice, I don't believe.
well, you did last year and you still made the playoff, right? Like, you
Yeah.
don't want to. Of course you don't want to because you're tired of losing to Georgia,
I mean,
number
after you
one.
have a loss like this, now you can't lose to.
Now, I think if Texas is 10-2, they're in the playoff. Like, if 10-2 is good enough to get them to Atlanta, which it might be, because that means they're 7-1 in SEC play, then they'll be in the playoff, win or lose the SEC championship game. But it goes to, you want to be a higher seed, obviously. And more so, you would like some sort of confidence that if you make the playoff, you can beat teams that are also going to be in the playoff.
Right.
So that's you kind of know what Texas has to do the rest of the way to get invited.
Sure.
But yeah, you'd like to win that game against Georgia. Obviously, a long way to go to get there. Look, take care of these next 3 weeks. Then you got to beat Florida on the road. Then you got to beat OU. Plenty of potential slip up games.
Did you say you have to beat OU? Come
Got to
on,
beat
BK.
OU.
No, why are you worried about a game like that? Don't worry about games like that.
Well, I'm always worried about that game.
No, don't.
That's one of those, we've been saying it for years. You throw the records out the window, you throw the stats out the window, you throw everything out the window.
I'm hoping they win this week.
You're hoping OU wins this week?
Yeah. I want them to feel like the Ag. You know how I feel about those. I want them all to win big. Beat the crap out of Michigan.
Come on, man.
Yeah, man.
You
Beat
said
them.
yesterday on the show, go blue. What changed
No,
overnight?
because what's wrong with me? I got to have those teams really good when they play Texas. That's even better. Even you in your mind know that that's good for Texas. If they're undefeated into October, that would be great for the Horns.
Look, it'd be a more impressive win for the Horns, but
Yes.
my Saturdays are made better by Oklahoma losing.
And the Aggies losing too?
My Saturdays are more enjoyable with A&M losing.
What?
I was clapping a little bit when UTSA scored that touchdown on the first play of the third quarter in Aggieland last Saturday.
You need to get on board. We want these teams good when we play
That's
them
the
now.
beauty. That's the beauty of college football. I've been saying it for years. Like, yes, you root for your own team more than anybody else, but it's almost just as fun to watch your rivals lose. Like, rooting against your rivals in this sport is so enjoyable. And I'm telling you, like, look, Saturday sucks. Again, the number one goal is always for Texas to win. That's what matters the most. But there were Saturday would have been a hell of a lot more enjoyable if Oklahoma somehow slipped up against Eastern Illinois or Illinois State, whoever they played. And if A&M somehow slipped up against UTSA, that would have made week one way more fun.
Well, I can say this. I was very excited about Tommy Castellanos taking care of Alabama, roll tide, talking shit, and then backing it up on the field. That was awesome.
Well, what are you saying? Misery loves company? Like
Yeah.
I was a fan of that result too, because number one, I don't really root for Alabama, but number two, that took some of the embarrassment and took some of the spotlight away from what Texas did.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it's still a huge story. Obviously, number one going down and Arch Manning looking the way he did in his 2025 debut. But hey, look over there. Look at what Alabama did to a Florida State team that won 2 games last year. Don't talk about us. Talk about them. Talk about Kalen DeBoer, please.
Okay, how did Arch do yesterday? Did he get better yesterday?
I hope so.
Yeah, I do too.
I hope he got better at practice. Yeah, there's, the talking heads, right? Everyone overreacts to week 1. And I think the rational folks are saying Arch Manning's going to be fine. It was a bad game. Give him time to figure it out. And there are plenty of irrational folks out there who are saying, oh, he's a bum. He's a bust. He was always overrated. He's no good. If his last name was Smith, he would have been a 1-star coming out of high school, and he'd be playing at Slapdick U. It's like,
wow.
Let him play. Like
let him play. Yeah. I would hope he worked on his touch pass, the little pass coming across there where it's not going. That bullet pass that he throws, the sidearm bullet that comes at you like 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, that was the most confusing part of Arch Manning's game, right?
To me, it was too, yes.
The fact that he looked a little rushed or panicked, no surprise, right? The environment, a top 5 environment in college football on the road against a top 3 team that just won a national championship.
Not giving the defensive coordinator enough credit on the other side. He was
of course. I mean, you're talking about a 3-time Super Bowl winning defensive coordinator who nobody had any film on. So it was hard to scout. It was hard for Sark to prepare. It was hard to for Arch to prepare because you didn't know exactly what Matt Patricia was going to do. So all of that stuff, you understand why Arch could have some nerves and have some jitters, and you understand how maybe things could have looked sluggish and discombobulated at times. But the fact that, he just kept missing easy throw after easy throw after easy throw, that's the part. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And
he had a lot of catch throws that should have been completed. Yes.
Yeah. And the thing that gives me hope, there are a few things that give me hope that was just a blip on the radar. Number one, again, the situation that Arch Manning was in. But number two, if this was Arch Manning's first ever start, and if those were his first ever meaningful passes of his career, then I'd be like, all right, that's not good. But if you go back, I went back and watched some highlights of the Mississippi State game and the UTSA game and the ULM game. And yes, of course, the opponent's not the same, and those games were at home. I get all of that. But look at the footwork. Look at the mechanics. Arch Manning completed so many of those easy underneath throws, those crossing routes, and his footwork was so much better. So we've seen it look good, and we've seen what it looks like when his mechanics are right. Now it's just making sure you get those things cleaned up, and I think more reps will help with that.
No doubt.
I went back and looked at Colt McCoy and Vince Young's first games against real teams in their Texas careers, Buck. And here's what I found. Let me pull this stat up here. Okay, Colt McCoy, back in 2006, his first start against a team with a pulse was against Ohio State, right? That 1-2 game at DKR. And pretty ironic, right? Going up against the Buckeyes. Colt McCoy's stat line in that game, 19 of 32, 154 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. So he had fewer yards. He had a lower yards per attempt, barely had a higher completion percentage than Arch Manning did on Saturday. That was a game at home in Austin. And I don't think Colt McCoy looked like a guy who was going to go on to set a bunch of school records and leave college as one of the winningest quarterbacks in the sport. Did you?
No.
So there's that. And then Vince Young's first career road starts at Arkansas in 2004, a game that Texas won 22-20. VY had 150 passing yards on 50% completion percentage. He only rushed for 56 yards in that game, so it wasn't one of those vintage crazy VY ground games. He was far from overwhelmingly good against an Arkansas team that ended up winning 5 games that season. I don't think people left that game thinking, Yeah, we just watched one of the greatest college football players of all time.
No.
So you don't close the book on a guy after one game. I'm not saying Arch is going to be Colt or Vince. I would love for that to
And
be
I
the
don't think
case.
anybody's closing the book, but they sure didn't get a great sample.
No, of
So,
course. It was bad. It was bad. But, like, there are plenty of examples. I mean, how about family ties? Peyton Manning's first career start against a top 10 team. 10 of 18, 138 passing yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 picks.
Wow.
It was a home game for Tennessee against Alabama. He didn't play well. So I can't imagine – I wasn't around for that one. I can't imagine folks in Knoxville were like, yeah, this guy, this is a future Hall of Fame quarterback that we're watching right here. Like, give him time. You got to give him time. Sark said it after the game on Saturday. He said it again on Monday. Arch Manning's story is not complete. You don't judge a book by the very first chapter. There's a lot left to be written in the Arch Manning story, so give him time to write it.
Yeah, for sure. And you hope that's the way in the direction it's going to go.
Of course. You know, that's all we can do. There's not much we can do right now. No. We just hope that he cleans it up and the coaching staff can find ways to fix some things. And that was just a one-off for Arch. And the next 3 weeks look really good. And then that gives him some confidence when he goes up against a team with a pulse, and he can look a hell of a lot better the next time Texas plays on the road. Yeah,
the next few weeks are going to look good compared to what we just saw. I mean, that's
the hope.
I mean, I don't think San Jose State's defense is going to do some of the things that Ohio State's defense, and they don't have the kind of players. So they'll get a lot of things straight. A lot of individuals will play really, really well for the next couple of weeks. So, and that's a part of it. That's a part of gathering that momentum. I mean, it's just sports. That's the way that happens. If you lose, are you going to let it? Are you going to sulk about it? Or are you going to get better? You lose a big high-level game like that. If you're a competitor, you just get better. I mean, you just destroy the next person that you play. That's all.
Yeah, that's all you can
do.
And
then you let the chips fall. People are going to say, "Well, look who you're playing against." Well, you can't help that. You're just trying to get better. That's all.
Yeah, take care of business these next 3 weeks. And look, I mean, there are going to be some doubters until the Florida game, and you understand why. But you can't play the Florida game right now. You got to wait until October 4th to play that game in the Swamp. So what can you do today to get better? What can you do tomorrow to get better? And obviously, what can you do over these next 3 games to improve as an individual, but also as a team to where, okay, you feel good about yourself going into conference play? Because I can't imagine, the defense probably feels great about itself coming out of week 1. I can't imagine there are a lot of offensive players who are like satisfied with their performance and are feeling really great about what they put on tape in Columbus.
Yeah, well, they put 7 points on the board. That's it in 4 quarters of football. That's enough right there.
It's enough right there. So, all right. Well, here's one bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian that we did not play yesterday. Make sure I got this one right. Sark was asked in his Monday presser what he learned from watching tape of Arch Manning's performance at the Shoe.
No, I think that we had some good things dialed up. We had other plays that they guarded too. I'll give them credit. They defended some things pretty well. And to credit at that juncture, that's when a guy's got to make a play. And I thought that was evident on Parker's touchdown catch. It was very tight coverage, but he went and made a play on the ball. And some other guys did too. Great catch by Jack Endries in the fourth quarter on the wheel route into tight coverage, took a big hit. So yeah, there's opportunities when guys are open. There's opportunities when it's going to be tight and we have to make some throws and make some plays on the ball. I think in the end, it's like, hey, we can practice, a variety of looks and give a variety of looks in practice of anticipation of what we think we might get, especially early in the season, especially in week 1. I can't predict it all, and you have to feel some of these plays as they're happening in real time. And I think that was a lesson learned for Arch too, that maybe it wasn't the exact look that we gave in practice, but the route concept still unfolded the way maybe we would have liked them to. And so it's having a little bit of trust in that. But that's part of the growth. That's why I was saying, on Saturday, let's not judge this book by chapter 1, right? Let's read the whole book before we make an assessment and a judgment on this passing game and on him, on what this team can be as the season unfolds.
On your left. Yeah, long season. A lot of things can happen. a lot of things are going to happen to a lot of teams. You know, the teams that play well in week 1 may play crappy in week 2, depending on. So you just got to go and just keep on trying to get better. That's all you can say. But it involves everybody. It doesn't involve just the quarterback. It involves the receivers, the line, who I thought played well enough. They have to still continue to get better. You know, they may see some defenses that are going to be similar. Going to see athletes that are similar here, you know, after the next couple of weeks. And from that point on, once you get to the SEC, you may not see the defenses that may equal Ohio State, but you're going to see some individual athletes that you're going to have to go against, that you're going to have to beat, that are going to be up to snuff. So you got to be careful there too.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I went back and, you know, some of the all-22 footage from the Texas-Ohio State game has been released, and I went and looked at some of that. I also watched Chase Daniel, the former Mizzou quarterback and longtime NFL quarterback. He did a breakdown of Arch Manning's 2025 debut, and there were just a lot of plays where Arch Manning had open receivers. Like, this is not to absolve Sark of all blame for the game plan. There's still a lot that Sark needs to be better at, and most of that is in the red zone for me.
Yes. Oh,
but
yeah.
There are a lot of plays where either, you know, Arch had the wrong read, or he went through his progressions too quickly, like didn't stay with the guy long enough, or he just never looked at a guy who ended up breaking open. And there has to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he who hesitates is lost. And for him in game 1, if he hesitated, he was done.
I think he was too fast. I think it was almost the opposite. He was just
Well,
going.
I mean, he eyeballed the guy.
quick.
He eyeballed guys an awful lot. He directed his vision towards where the ball was going, and a lot of guys on the other side were looking at his eyeballs. And when he looked that way, he never, like you said, he never got a chance to move around. You know, when he started looking the other places, it was too late. But he eyeballed guys, BK, and actually threw to him. And the other dudes were like, he's going to really throw to this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it was rushed. I don't know. There's a lot of plays where, you know, we were wondering, Gus and Joel on the telecast, hey, why is Sark not scheming anybody open? What's the deal? And look, it's not every play. It's not like someone was open every play by any stretch, but there are.
And you're not scheming everybody open every play anyway.
No, and not against a team like that, especially.
No.
But there's so many teachable moments on film for Arch Manning. That look, Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning are tied at the hip. They go together. So if one of them's good, it's not good enough. They both have to be good for this Texas team to achieve the goals that they have set out to achieve in 2025.
Dude, as bad as he was, they were right there. There were opportunities. You know, I mean, that's where the head coach comes in. There's opportunities in the scoring zone that he can do some better play calling, do a little bit more creativity, because that's what I thought he was all about. I mean, it's some of that is on him too. So he'll hopefully he'll get better. Or we'll be saying, you know, next year, is this just the guy who just can't get the big one done, you know?
Well, we'll dive into that in a moment, because there's a question that has popped up with some Texas fans out there. And I don't know if it's fair to ask right now, but I think it's something to monitor over the course of this season. And maybe it'll be fairer to ask when 2025 is all said and done.
Sure.
More Texas football conversation to get into. Also, a lot of NFL to talk about. And we need to go over some winners and losers from week 1 of college football, too. So plenty more to discuss. But how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
I'm going to head on over to Daymakers today. Daymakers Half Day Cafe, right there where the old IHOP used to be on Mopac and right beside Salt Traders. How about Migas Verde for me today, BK, or bread pudding French toast? I've never had that before, bread pudding French toast. I think I want to try that today. And a whole hog patty. That's right, whole hog patties. I'm not a link sausage guy. I'm a patties guy. I'm going to try the whole hog patties today over at Daymakers Half Day Cafe. And you can too. They're open from 7 till 3 o'clock. They do breakfast and lunch, but they don't do dinner. But you can have lunch at breakfast or breakfast at lunch. So head on over there. And if you want to get your drink on, they welcome getting your drink on. Some of you still need it from Saturday. So if you need to get it going to get your week going, head on over to Daymakers. I love the folks over there. I love the atmosphere once I'm inside of that place. And it is quite the place. And the food is absolutely fantastic. Fork and knife cinnamon rolls. That's my favorite still right now because I'm a sweet tooth fool. But I am going to try this hog. How about this whole hog patty? The hell is that? A whole hog patty? What does that look like?
You already
looks
said
like one of those round pancakes. Big one. Yeah.
No idea. Yeah, I don't know how you can smash a whole hog into one little circular patty, but I'm
Yeah,
for
now
it.
you're talking. That's what I'm going to do, though. I'm
My
going to give that a
rabbi's
shot.
my rabbi's probably not for it, but I am for it.
What did you have the other day when you were there? What did you guys have for lunch? Oh,
I
you did. Oh,
had
you did smash burger.
I did the smash burger, and it was fantastic.
I'm not a burger at lunch. Well, I'm the burger guy after noon. It has
You're
to be
not a
after 12
burger at
o'clock.
lunch guy. What do you mean you're not a
I
burger
mean,
at lunch
I
guy?
don't. I mean, there's a certain time of the day. Like I can't eat like hamburger at like 10:30, 11 o'clock. It's got to be like 1
That's not
o'clock.
lunch.
Huh?
That's brunch. That's not lunch.
Okay. Well, I have to. It has to be afternoon for me. After 12 o'clock before I grab a burger.
So 11:55, you're out.
Hey, I know it's 11:55, Coach. Okay.
Hey,
I know.
just actually don't cook it for another 5 minutes. Bring it out
Yes.
right at 12
Okay,
o'clock.
Saban, believe me, I know exactly what time
Yeah,
is.
hey,
So.
don't check into your Verbo 5 minutes early. All right. Check
And they're
in
just,
times
by the way, they're
3.
killing that commercial, aren't they?
They killed
They
it
were-
last year. How do they not have a new one? It's the same one as last year.
I mean, it's a good one for football, but that thing, you talk about a commercial that played like every 10 minutes. That one, they got to have a new one.
They got to have a new one. It's funny, but it's run its course. It's time for a new one. All right. Well, hey, shout out to Daymaker. Shout out to Centex Tickets as well. If you want to be at DKR this Saturday when the Longhorns take the field at home for the first time in 2025, there's only one place you need to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. Sold out, no problem. They got plenty of seats available at centextickets.com. Every Longhorn game, home and away, all season long, plus Aggie tickets, Texas Tech tickets, Baylor tickets, Cowboys tickets, Texans tickets. You get the point. Centextickets.com is the website. And don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out, and you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from CENTEXtickets.com.
You want to thank the folks over at Relax the Back, not only just for this chair, but the accessories. The vibrating ball BK has helped me out an awful lot. It really has. It's gotten away some of that lower lumbar pain that I have when I wake up in the mornings. And somebody suggested putting a Tempur-Pedic pillow underneath my knees and stuff at night. Well, that's working too. So as I said, folks, when you go over to Relax the Back, it's not always about the recliners. Now, they would like for you to buy a recliner, and I would like for you too to have an office chairs, but they got tons of accessories that help different parts of your back. Those zero-gravity recliners are awesome. But the Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses are fantastic. 2 locations, the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. And quick love to McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home this fall, you can do it with McCall Custom Homes. A new bathroom.
Talked to Mike yesterday. He's doing fine.
Love it. Love it. Mike, great dude, big Longhorn fan, a new father as well. And he's a part of a family-owned and operated business that has been a part of Central Texas for more than 40 years. So again, you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate a bathroom, maybe add some new life to your outdoor space. Maybe you're like Mike, you've got a growing family and you need some new space at your space. McCall Custom Homes can make it all happen for you. Don't just take our word for it. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. Plenty of testimonials on their website as well. And right now they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. That's right. All you have to do is go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Sweet.
So it's funny, Buck. Perfect segue here. This was the question I was teasing. Shout out to our guy, Hunter, or our gal, Hunter. What do you think? You think that's really Hunter Dobbs in this picture? Left or right, Buck?
On the left.
You're going left as Hunter?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go with the right as Hunter here. Hunter says, I may get heat. Sark needs an OC. And there are a lot of Texas fans who are clamoring for that after week 1. But there are some Texas fans who started clamoring for that last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And I think the best argument you can make if you are agreeing with Hunter and you are in favor of Steve Sarkisian hiring a play caller. Sark has an OC. It's Kyle Flood. Sark is not technically the OC. Texas has an offensive coordinator, but obviously what Hunter means is an offensive play caller. So the best argument in favor of Sark hiring an offensive play caller is Ryan Day. Buck, Ryan Day was the offensive play caller at Ohio State for the first 5 years of his tenure in Columbus. His team won a lot of games, but they couldn't win the big one. 2024, Ryan Day decides to hand over the reins to Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator and play caller. What does Ohio State do? They go on and win the national championship that year. So, like a lot of people, you're trying to be Ohio State, right? They won it all last year. They were close for a while. They finally got over the hump. Now that's what Texas is hoping to do. Ryan Day, for years, did both of those jobs, head coach and offensive play caller. They won a lot of games, more games than Texas, honestly, under Steve Sarkisian. They got close a number of times. They couldn't get over the hump. And all of a sudden, they make the change. Ryan Day gives up some power. He's able to focus more on just being a head coach. And they go out and win the whole thing. So.
Yeah, it's as much as Sark would like for you to think he leaves his ego at the door, that ain't happening. I mean, where are we into this campaign here? 4 years or 5 years now?
Mm-hmm.
Sark, that's not happening. He may be doing that at another school, but it's not going to be here. He'll have to be forced to do that. That his ego is not letting him give up the reins of play calling just to be the head coach. That's to me with him, it seems like that's an all or nothing thing. Now, if you guaranteed him that, but there's no guarantees about that because he still has the ultimate decision on stuff. I think he will always be the play caller. He'll have to get better at it. I don't think that the dude stinks. I think he can get better at it. I mean, folks, once again, this guy's taking you to 2 semifinals. I don't think we're at the stage of this guy not getting you over the hump. They're just getting to the hump. This is Texas. This program hasn't been near the hump in a while. I don't understand how people get to the point of, oh my God, we got to have a championship. Dude, he's gotten you to 2 semifinals in back-to-back years. We're just getting to the hump. I mean, I still think give that dude some time. I don't know if that all of a sudden that would make people jump up and down, only to the fact that if the play callers suck, then where do you go? If you got somebody new, what do you do then if the same things kind of show up? I think just let him continue to learn. I know we haven't seen, fool me once and you now fool us twice or whatever. We've seen the same thing happen. I think he just gets better. I think he'll just get better. I think he's got to have some right guys around him that, when I ask the question of what does the dude from West Virginia bring? I know on Saturday.
Why do you keep bringing up Neil Brown? You keep talking like an analyst.
Anybody. What do any other guys bring to the table in play calling or whatever,
Well, they don't call plays. They help with the game plan, but like Sark is the play caller and people are mad at the plays that are being called.
Well, there's some people that you lean on in that room. Is he not leaning on anybody? Does anybody have any say? Or I know it ultimately comes down to him, but I've been around coaches that will give you an opportunity to showcase some of the stuff that you may be a little bit better in or you have a feel for. Is he just not doing that at all?
I am sure those other guys have input on game day, but I don't think it's like in between every single play.
Yeah, like, is this my game plan? Sorry, guys. Hey, thanks for the input, but it's my game plan.
I don't know if it's like that, but I don't think it's after every single play. It's, hey, AJ Milwee, what do you think about this? Hey, Chad Scott, what would you like to call here? Hey, Chris Jackson, what's the right play call? Like, I think on game day, it's Steve Sarkisian who calls the plays.
Well, so, I think you'd be surprised about how much communication like that does go on through the course of a game.
I think, well, you tell me. You know better than I do. I'm not saying like at all. In between drives, I am sure there's constant communication from all of the coaches saying, like, I saw this. What if we try this? What if we try that? And I'm sure Sark is willing to listen. But I think, like, the game goes so fast. I don't know. I don't know if Sark is listening to everybody and everyone's chiming in like, hey, run this play. And then Steve Sarkisian's like, okay, I'm basing my individual play calls on that. I don't know. I'm not quite sure that it's that time. No. And again, I think I said it to tease this segment, right? Like, there are some Longhorn fans who are already asking for it. Some were asking for it before week 1. I'm saying it's something to monitor over the course of the year. Like
Sure.
at what point, my question, like, okay, if Texas gets back to the semifinal this year, Buck, you and I both said it. We're not going to call it a bad year. You win a couple of playoff games, you get back to the Final Four. You can't.
But if it's your inept ability to help them score because of some of your plays, then yeah, I'd go into year 3 if you got to the semifinals, or whatever it is, and you didn't get over the hump because of your play calling, the way you call plays down in the scoring zone. Yeah, I would say maybe he should think about having somebody else as, even if it's the play calling in the scoring zone.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like,
I don't see it right now. I don't think we're at that point.
No, you don't make a decision like that in week 2 of a season. I don't think you make a decision like that at any point in the season. But it's like, okay, what if Texas loses in the first? What if Texas doesn't make the playoff this year? Like, let's go extreme worst case scenario.
Well, then everything's on the table.
Okay. So that's what I'm asking is, like, at what point, like, what will it take? And at what point is it more of a fair conversation to have about Steve Sarkisian potentially bringing somebody in to help call the plays?
Yeah. Well, remember, I'm the guy that thought they'd lose one more game than they did last year. So I'm
okay. Well, they're 10-2. They're making the playoffs. So that's not the extreme. So
yeah.
that's like, if they make the playoff, you keep status quo, even if they lose in the first round of the playoff.
Oh no, I'm making change. No, if I lose in the first round of the playoffs, I'm thinking about, there's something that I'm not doing right. I got to be held responsible for a team that's good enough to get into the final game, into the final chapter. Once again, I always say anything can happen in a championship game. Semifinals are nice. I think you're just getting to the hump now. It's been a while, but just get me to the championship, coach. Anything can happen in the championship. You're playing somebody who's pretty good if you're playing in a championship game, but your play calling can't keep being the thing that's screwing it up. It can't be, your quarterback can have a bad day in game 1. He can have a bad day in game 7, but it can't be you in the games that really matter for championship. It can't be your play calling. Something has to give there.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm in favor of Sark calling the plays. I think that's a big reason why Texas went out and hired him in the first place, right? They saw the type of play caller he was for Nick Saban at Alabama. We all watched that 2020 offense just run through every team on their schedule, including Ohio State in that national championship game.
Yeah, he's running into 2 pretty good coordinators right now over the last 2,
Sure.
semifinals. One guy just got a job at a school that's in the same conference and making more money. One guy's been in the NFL. He didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
I just think people thought, that, oh no, we'll outthink this dude who's called defenses for the New England Patriots for years and years and years. That was his specialty, not just that little stupid pencil in the back of his ear, but he called some pretty good defenses, and you didn't know what to expect. And you got a first-year quarterback starting. First-time starter at quarterback. They got caught into that, but he can't continue to be the reason in prime situations. He's got to be the reason sometimes they win.
Right. Yeah. For sure. And that's, look, I don't think all of Saturday's on Sark. Clay says, come on, guys, players play, coaches coach, wide open receivers is not Sark's fault, make a play. We talked about it earlier. Like, if Arch Manning plays a B- game, Texas wins. Like,
I would agree. Yeah.
Sark's game plan was good. It wasn't perfect. Don't get me wrong, but his game plan was good enough. There were enough open receivers over the course of that game. The running game was effective enough to where if Arch Manning just doesn't even have to play an A+ kind of game. If he is average, then Texas probably wins on Saturday.
If he just played like you said, if you play a C game, he's going to be just fine in that game.
Yeah, I think so. But look, the reality of the situation is I'm playing devil's advocate here because I think you and I agree. I'm writing it out with Sark right now. I like him as a play caller still. Yes, there are things that need to get better. Obviously, the red zone offense is the thing that continues to grind my gears because we're into year 3 of this right now, and we're really seeing it show up every time Texas plays a good team, and that's unacceptable. I want to ride this thing out, but the reality is Steve Sarkisian now has lost 5 in a row against top 5 opponents. He's 1-6 against top 5 opponents during his career at Texas, and he's 2-12. Against top 5 teams all time at Texas. So you're looking for things that can change to make that change. And a lot of people will look at the play calling. Hey, maybe Sark is just doing too much on game days. Like being a head coach at a place like Texas is hard enough. And just being a head coach on a game day, Buck, is hard enough. There's so much going on in such a short amount of time. Like just focusing on the responsibilities that go in with being a head coach, that's a hell of a lot. So people are saying maybe if we take more off Sark's plate here, then he can be better here. And that would make the results against teams like Ohio State and
Well, I'd
Georgia.
rather make that. I'd rather make that the administrative stuff and not the game day stuff. And focus more on the game day stuff for him, and that's fine with me. But I'm not ready to make that kind of change with him. But at the end of the year, you tell me we get into this situation and they're in a championship game in the SEC, and the same things pop up. Can't get in the end zone from the 5 or 6 yard line, and it's the same silly ass plays or some weird quarterback draw and no motion, and just hand it off to the guy standing beside a guy with no momentum. I will say it's time to start thinking about it. But that guy's not giving up that. Well, you don't give up the money, but I don't know if you give up that responsibility. That's how he feels. Egos still run rampant, no matter what they tell you. And I don't have an ego. I leave it at the door. That's bullshit. You coaching football at this level, you got an ego like nobody's business.
Yeah, Sark will never want to give up the plays. I don't think Ryan Day ever wanted to give up calling plays. I think his hand was almost forced up there.
Well, yeah, he was about to lose his gig.
Yeah, people were so mad about him losing to Michigan over and over again, but
right.
Because they kept losing that game, they weren't winning the Big Ten. And
well, the same would happen here if you kept losing to Oklahoma or you kept losing to the Aggies. That same kind of pressure would start to come here too.
Oh, for sure. Well, it's starting. It's not that level. I don't think anyone's calling for Steve Sarkisian's job, but people are starting to get annoyed that you keep losing to Ohio State and Georgia. And it's not, 4 in a row. I guess if you combine those teams, it's 4 in a row. Obviously, Ohio State has lost to Michigan 4 consecutive times. But, I think Ryan Day's got an ego too. I mean, that guy dyes his freaking beard. Got to have an ego to do something like that. He's too embarrassed to have some gray in his beard that he puts Just for Men jet black in there to make it look a little different on game day. But, I think Ryan Day was kind of told that we need you to do something, and that was the something that he did.
Sure.
If Steve Sarkisian is told that, maybe that's the something that he does. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't see CDC being able to get into his business that way quite yet.
No, definitely. Again, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen during the season. If you're calling for it now, you're wasting your breath. They're going to.
Yeah, and once again, Longhorn fans, remember how long it's been. I mean, the last 2 years have been fantastic. And you're getting to the hump now, getting over the hump. That's another thing, but it's not. We're not there yet. I don't believe. But I sure hate to see that happen again in a championship game. I just would. It would just kill me for them to be at the 6 or 7 yard line and have to have a touchdown to go ahead, and then let this defense keep a team from scoring and win a championship. That would be dreadful for Sark.
Well, that was Saturday was like a championship game.
It was. Yeah, it was game one.
Obviously, it's week one. It's week one, so you could say that's ridiculous, but that's the kind of team that you're going to have to play in a championship type of game.
Yeah, and when you play Texas A&M, OU, Georgia, and an opening game like that, those are championship games. That's not just any game.
Right.
And you're lucky it is game one and you have a time to rebound, but you find out what your team really needs to do. Now I think we as fans understand the quarterback's going to get better because it can't get any worse. He's going to get better. The coaching and his style and what he needs to do at certain areas of the field, we've seen that now over a couple of years. That has to get better. The defense – I mean, we've seen what the defense – we know about this defense. They play – we talked about that last week about how good PK's been and how this defense can hold itself up to anybody in the country.
Sure.
First-time starter, veteran quarterback, they're going to be fine.
No one's talking about removing PK as the defensive play caller.
No.
That guy is beloved by Longhorn Nation, and deservedly so. He's done a tremendous job, and obviously his unit did more than enough for Texas to win that game on Saturday. They just didn't get the help from the offense.
You just wonder if the head coach has enough in him to say, hey, guys, let me sit down. Let me sit down with Chris Jackson. Let's talk about what we need to do down in the scoring zone. Let's talk to the offensive line coach. I've been with this guy for years and years and years. If there's something I'm not doing that I'm vetoing what you guys are doing, tell me. That's where you have to drop your ego. That's the one where you drop your ego, not the day of the game. you got to be full of ego and just full of yourself on game day. But it's the stuff leading up. What do I need to do, guys? I mean, ask for help.
Yeah. So
I mean, just
Texas,
what is it that you guys see that I'm not seeing?
right? Yeah. Look, Texas ran 8 plays in the red zone on Saturday, right? They got there twice. They turned it over on downs both times. They ran 2 running back runs, but both of them were from the shotgun, Buck. So none of them were under center running back runs, which is something that you've talked about wanting to see more of from the Longhorn offense down there. They ran 4 quarterback runs. Obviously, one of those was the QB sneak on 4th and goal. That didn't work. And then they passed it twice. So 2 handoffs to the running backs, which I know bothers you as a former running back coach. A lot of QB runs. And then the 2 passes. Here's where I'll credit Sark. You cannot blame Sark for the 3rd and 3 and 4th and 3 passing play calls that he called on Texas's second red zone trip in the 4th quarter. Because Arch had guys wide open. One of them was just a horrible throw to Ryan Wingo over the middle. And the other one, Arch made the wrong read. He had Ryan Wingo open over the middle on a slant, and instead he took a corner route shot to Parker Livingston, and that one didn't work. So the 2 pass plays that were called up were fine, but like ultimately the results are the results, and you weren't getting enough on the ground, and you get there twice, you score 0 points in a game, you lose by 7. That's where we're at here.
Certain defenses are just you can run your best stuff down there at the 3 and whatever and get stuffed. There's some of those guys are just better than the guys that you have blocking it. And they push you back into the backfield, they bubble it. There's not a lot of space there. I don't give a crap if you throw the ball 4 times, 3 times. That's fine with me. But
well, go ahead.
Give me the plays that are the good plays that are going to give me rubs or whatever it is, or the tight end in the flat or the running back in the flat. Give me something. Give me some motion.
Yeah, well, that's those pass plays that he called. You saw that, right? The 4th and 3, it was a rub route, right? DeAndre Moore did a great job creating some space for Ryan Wingo, and again, Wingo was kind of open over the middle of the field for a definite first down. That was 4th and 3 from the 9. There's a chance maybe he gets into the end zone too, but yeah, that one's on Arch. Like Arch, he either went through his progressions too fast. I mean, after the game, Stark's like, no, Wingo was the first read there. So either Arch just didn't even read him, or he looked and didn't like what he saw. But that player right there is on Arch. But like, again, Ohio State got into the red zone one time. They scored a touchdown. They had a goal to go. They had the exact same thing. 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. They had the exact same thing that you did. They found their way into the end zone, and you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, they had to back slither his way in. Wasn't a great block, just enough. Hey, you only need enough is enough, right? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to go in standing up. You just got to go in. Got to get past that line. I know this. They're missing. This is where they miss Blue an awful lot down here, where he gets out there individually in the flat. They really they miss that dude right now.
Oh, they had him last year, and they couldn't score in the red zone. So I don't know if they do miss, not to take a shot at Jaden Blue. He's a good player.
He did score 2 against Ohio State.
Yeah, outside the red zone. They can score outside the red zone. They can't score inside the red zone. He had two receiving touchdowns from outside of the 20 against Ohio State. So the red zone, again, they were 111th in the country last year in red zone offense. Like that, with all the talent here. Come on, man. How does that happen? How does that happen? They were 89th 2 years ago, 111th last year, and right now they're tied for dead last. One game, of course.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's going to tell you right there. You need to make some changes. I need to listen to somebody.
Yeah. After these next 3 weeks, I would think that they won't be anywhere close to last, but where are they after SEC play when, again, they're playing?
Yeah, because they'll have a bunch of touchdowns from the 40 in.
Fine. Well, yeah, and they'll get into the red zone and they'll score. I sure as hell hope they'll score against these next 3 opponents.
I do too.
But yeah, that's it's got to get cleaned up. So again, you and I, the overarching, we'll put a bow on this conversation. If you're just joining us and you're wondering what the hell are these guys talking about, there are some Texas fans out there that are asking for Steve Sarkisian to hire an offensive play caller, and it's not going to happen right now. The Buck and I agree it shouldn't happen right now. But again, it's something that may be worth monitoring moving forward. And the Ohio State comparison is a comparison that a lot of people will use. Ryan Day was calling plays in Columbus for a long time. They were very good, obviously. They kept getting close, but they didn't win at all. And last year, going into 2024, Ryan Day brings in Chip Kelly to call the plays. And what does Ohio State do? Well, they go on to win the national championship.
Yeah,
So,
because Ryan Day was on his last leg there.
yeah, it's
Sark's
crazy.
not quite on his last leg here. He's got
they wanted Ryan Day fired before the playoff.
Yeah, they were after him, and they were having a decent year for them, and that's not decent enough because they kind of felt that things were going to get bad.
They just don't want to lose to Michigan. That game means a lot. It's been a long time since Texas has lost to Texas A&M. I don't think we're going to see it this year, but
I don't either.
You'll see some very pissed off Longhorn fans the next time that happens. And obviously, if somehow, some way the Aggies pull off 4 straight, or Sooners, go with either of them.
That's going to be that'll be enough to get you close to getting out of here. You can't have that.
Then there you go. That's why Ohio State fans feel the way that they did. I don't want to say do. I think they're
the only thing that'll save you from that is getting to a semifinal or a final still.
Yeah.
If you do that, you can't be dropping 4 to eat any one of those two.
Please don't do that. Please don't do that. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. Someone asked if I'm in a cave. Do I look dark today, Buck?
No, you're looking as bright as ever to me.
I appreciate
the
that.
The backdrop is dark. The TV's a little dark, but you're looking good, man. Don't let these people are a little agitated because of the game still. It's Wednesday. You got to get over that. You got to get over the hump. It's over with. You can't get that back. You can't get that back.
Can't get it back. Nope. That's the unfortunate part. You'd love to go out and play that game again, but they don't let you do that. Hey, if things go well for Texas, they turn it around. Maybe you do get that game again in January or December.
I would love that. That would be awesome.
Obviously, a lot to fix up before we get to there. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Keep the text coming in. Keep the comments coming in. Appreciate you guys chiming in, and appreciate the feedback. Look, again, got a new computer. We're tinkering with some things, so I want to make sure everything looks good. Shout out to Sugar Cane Daddy saying Sark needs to try Leach's midget toss in the end zone. Did Mike Leach ever actually throw a midget into the end zone?
And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriend's too bad.
Maybe a fat little girlfriend, but I never heard of him throwing midgets.
That's a combination of the Lee Corso drop and the Mike Leach drop that we have.
Like I said, BK, I just have never had, the years of coaching, whether it be Boston, I've always had really good running backs where I've been, Howard and a kid named Keith Jones that played in Atlanta, or going back to my BC days with Troy Strafford. And then obviously coming to Texas with all the guys I had there, it's just, I never had a short yardage goal line problem. It just got so it was so that they're going to hand it off to those guys and they were going to get a yard some way somehow. That I've never been in that situation. Maybe as a player on a shitty Boston College team, but not as a coach. It's just that we found out where one weakness was on that side, and we were going to explore it 3 times if we had to. No, that guy will beat that guy eventually, and that back against that linebacker, I don't care if that linebacker comes clean. He's probably going to get a shoulder and get his helmet taken off. I've never had. It's never been fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Except for roll left was kind of fancy. That whole fake that deal against Nebraska, but he could have handed it off and he was going to get the first down anyway. It was just one of those deals. I don't. But that Ohio State defense is pretty good. They've shown how good they are down there.
Yeah,
for back years, and you're going to see others just like it.
You might not see a defense that good until the Georgia game, and maybe you won't see a defense as good all year. Maybe Ohio State is the best defense that Texas will play this season.
Hey, but you knew you were going to play them, right?
But yeah, so naturally, things are going to look better in the red zone when you're playing against weaker teams. But again, it all goes back to I'm still in the honeymoon phase, at the back end of the honeymoon phase, but I'm still in the honeymoon phase with Steve Sarkisian because of what you just talked about, how bad it was for a dozen years before these last 2. So I'm still very grateful and very appreciative of what Steve Sarkisian has done with Texas football. But at some point, for some Texas fans, we're already at that point. That's fair. You fan however you want to fan. I'm not here to judge. I
That's
am here
true.
to judge, but you do your thing. But yeah, like for me, it's still good, but it's going to get to a point for me, even for the biggest shark defenders, it's going to get to some point where it's like, okay, this stuff is great, but what now?
Yeah, I mean, you'll know when it matters because it'll be those type of games. Like you said, it won't be the Mississippi States of the world. It's going to be the Ohio States of the world. They'll be playing against teams like Penn State or Georgia where it's going to matter. By the way, Florida will matter in the swamp.
Yeah, sure.
They got some big stout guys too. It'll matter in those type of games because now you've got yourself that you need to win a bunch of games now.
Yeah, you got to win. Again, 10-1. 10-1 at minimum. That guarantees you a spot in the playoff, and that probably gets you to Atlanta for the SEC championship game too. So that's the goal right now. I mean, obviously you want to go 11-0 the rest of the way, but like you get one more mulligan. And if you lose more than that, then you're hoping other teams around you start to lose and things break your way. So put it behind you on to San Jose State. All right, we've got more Texas football to get into, but we got to talk winners and losers from week 1 of college football. A few more thoughts on the AP poll. Of course, we'll dive into some NFL chatter in hour number 2. We've got a couple of fun stories as well before we hand things off to Chaos Theory at 9 o'clock. But before any of that stuff, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Our good friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern with their 4 great locations, Belterra Village, Bee Caves, Avery Ranch, and, of course, 620 in Lakeway. Comfort food, chef-inspired comfort food made from scratch each and every day there. Happy hour each and every day from 3 to 6. Teriyaki glaze, pork chops, Cobb salad, my favorite, of course, and all-day breakfast. You got it at the League Kitchen and Tavern. I love that all-day breakfast, of course. Thursdays, tomorrow, it's Prime to Wine. That's half-price bottles of wine with a great prime rib dinner at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, 4 locations, 620 in Lakeway, Avery Ranch, Belterra, and Bee Caves.
Yes, indeed. Love the League Kitchen and Tavern. Also love AV Consultations. How about a new commercial from Tom McKay and the kid over at AVC?
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Nice.
Absolutely. Love AV Consultations. Make the call to our guy, Tom McKay, and let him and his crew take care of you. And also a shout out to our friends at OLIPOP. I lied.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't go to the store yesterday, which means I still have no.
I'm going to have a grape this morning just before playing golf. Yes,
there
indeed.
You go. Love the OLIPOP. Y'all see us drink it all the time. Don't have one today, but we are huge believers and supporters of OLIPOP, and we think you will be too. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Unlike the sodas you've been drinking in the past that are filled with sugars and fats and calories and a bunch of crap that you know you shouldn't be putting into your system, OLIPOP has good ingredients, prebiotics, plant fibers, botanicals, things that support good digestive health. And of course, the taste hits the spot every single time. So you're going to be supporting your taste buds, but you're also going to be supporting your gut health every time you drink OLIPOP. They've got 19 different flavors to choose from. You can pick them up anywhere you buy your groceries. HEB, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you shop. Make sure you shop OLIPOP.
BK, seriously, they can't get in from the one. They got a 6'1", 230-pound running back, and they can't get a yard. I mean, really? That's disturbing. They got a guy who rushed for over 1,000 yards, and they can't get it in from the one. They can't have enough faith that their guys, if you put a couple guys in motion, if you add a fullback or your tight end in there, that you can't get off tackle. Everything doesn't have to be from a standstill run between where the guard is. You can go off tackle. You can put the pressure on some of these outside linebackers to make a play. They have to stop you from getting a yard. I don't care if they come clean and you put a semi-move on them. They get a leg and you can't get in from the one. What the hell? How tough is this run game? I mean, really? 230 pounds?
I thought you just said we're moving on. We're not focused on the past anymore.
I don't understand that shit. That drives me nuts. I mean, line up in the eye, line up in a little motion with a half fullback and go to that right side over there. And see that gap over there to the right side? See all those other guys that have to come on an angle to get to you as the running back, and you've got momentum coming downhill? They're not going to stop you from getting a yard. All you got to do is touch that goal line, right? That's it. Like I said, you don't have to go in standing up.
I got a little laser pointer kind of thing. Can you see this?
I see it. Hey, you can come to this side too if you like. But why do you go? Why are you going? See those 4 guys down there with their heads on a head right there, and a linebacker standing right behind 4 of them? 5 dudes are right there. Why are you going there?
I'm having a really good time over here with this. I feel
I
like
know.
Chris Collinsworth
Why are
right
you
now.
going where all those dudes are?
Oh man, look, I am a fan of the QB sneak. I will always be a fan of the QB sneak. But if you're going to run it, you got to run it better than that. And I think, look, I think Arch could have gone a different way with this quarterback sneak, right? He could have seen what you're talking about and maybe like ball snapped. Let me take this a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right instead of going straight into the teeth of like 4 320-pound Ohio State defensive tackles. You could put some blame on that. You could put some blame on the offensive line just completely getting stalwarted up front. And
Almost
also
broke the neck of the center. The center almost got his neck broke.
Again, maybe the most confusing part and the most criticizable part for me. Look, if it doesn't work, people are going to criticize. That's just the way it works. I get that. To me, the most criticizable part of this play call is the fact that you hurried to do it.
Yeah.
Right? Like the ball is about to be snapped. You see there's 24 seconds left on the play clock. Usually a big play, you see what the defense is doing. You maybe check out of something. You hard count a couple of, you do something, and then the play clock bleeds down, and it's like, hopefully we get it off. Hopefully we get it off. This one was 23 seconds when the ball was snapped.
Okay, let me just tell you this. With this team, you ain't hard counting anything because somebody's going to jump off. One of your guys is going to jump into the end zone. You don't dare say on 2. You don't hard count this group with this group. You just call it snap count and go.
What's a hard count? What's a hard count going to do? Like, even if Ohio State jumps off sides, they can't move the ball much closer to the goal line.
How about just sending somebody and make one of those guys make a step one way or the other that just gets them off balance, and have a running back with a guy who has to redirect himself just a little bit. I want guys redirecting, and one of those guys in that slot guy, go ahead and flank him outside, block down, give the ball to the fullback, and let him go one-on-one with that linebacker. Let's have a collision at the 1/2 yard line and see if my guy can't get in over your guy.
Yeah. Well, this is the most obvious QB sneak formation, and the way Arch Manning is standing.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Again, you still should be able to get in, but it's
when he gets so rushed that the guy from behind him can't even get there to push him. Now you got a problem.
Yeah, I don't even know if that was supposed to be a tush push or not. CJ,
there was no push, right? He just fell kind of straight. That was no push.
He tried to like run up there and like push Arch in, but at that point the play was over. He was already stopped.
That guy's 230 pounds. I would be killing him at practice all week long. He'd be on that 7-man sled. I'm like, you can't take that guy and drive him. I don't care if it's your All-American. If we're going to meet at the 1 yard line, you can't win that battle.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's got to get fixed, and it's brutal. Again, that's your difference in the ball game, right? You lose a game by 7 points. Both teams have a 4th and goal from inside the 1 yard line. One team gets it, the other team doesn't. Unfortunately, the team we root for is the team that didn't.
I wouldn't give a shit if I was at the 3 or 4 yard line. In the offenses I've been in, we wouldn't even care. We'd still run the counter there. Even though everybody's all congested in there, we would block down and kick out and give the back a 2-way go. What would you like to do? Now, I understand with these guys, they're too fidgety. The guys are too fidgety there. You got a first-time quarterback. You got a bunch of offensive linemen that you're not quite sure of. You don't want to be pulling anybody down there, you know? You're probably scared as hell because they're going to jump the snap count. As soon as you put your hand down, they're going to jump.
Is that not cute, though? You talk about not being cute near the goal line. Is that what you're describing, not considered cute?
Not when I was coaching. That wasn't cute. A counterplay for us was it was bread and butter. It was every day, all day. by every one of the running backs, the skinny ones, the big ones, the round shoulder ones, the Priest Holmes. Everybody knew how to run that. And all the linemen knew how to run that. That was just a staple of short. We didn't care. We didn't care where we were. We wouldn't mind, pulling guys and vacating areas. But I do understand first game, you don't want, with these offensive linemen, once again, you've already had 3 illegal procedures, and one of them was your wide receiver.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, it's a game where you average 4.5 yards a carry as a team. If you take the one Arch Manning sack out of it, it's closer to 4.7 yards a carry. And it's just the situational runs. It's the situational football where Texas, that's, again, the regular season game against Georgia last year, Texas wasn't even close. But every other loss that they've had since the start of the 2023 season, they have been right there until the very end. And
if I'm the O-line coach and the running back coach, I'm going to be pissed and tell the offensive coordinator and head coach, we're going to get down here, short yardage, a goal line. We're going to run the ball in, coach. If it's from the 3 and in, you don't have to get fancy. You don't have to think of anything. Tell us where you want us to run, and we'll scheme it up off tackle, and we'll put it on the running backs. You make a play. And if you go one-on-one and that guy on the other side beats you, that'll be your last goal line play. Somebody else will come in because, Gibson or somebody else, Baby Rhino or whatever the hell he is, he'll be in the game to give me that yard. Where was that guy on Saturday? Did that guy still play at Texas?
I think Baby Rhino's RB4 on the depth chart right now.
Yeah, some of those guys go from hero one year to now nobody's talking about him. That guy, I thought
Gibson was the 3rd running back last year, and he only played as much as he did because you had 2 guys get hurt who are now healthy this year.
And you didn't find out enough about him in 4 early games that he was decent enough.
He played a lot last year, but I don't think Jarrett Gibson should be playing over Trey Wisner or CJ Baxter. Do you?
If he's the guy who can help me in short yardage, yes.
They weren't great at that last year, and he was playing last year. I mean, Baxter's the guy that makes the most sense, right? He's your biggest back. Doesn't that mathematically add up?
Yes. At the goal line, yes. I said that in the beginning of the season. He's going to be your short yardage and goal line guy, yes.
He was in there. I mean, they did hand it off to him on 3rd and goal from the 3. He got 2 yards down to the 1. So maybe if they did that again, he gets 2 yards, they get into the end zone.
Give it to him again?
He got 1 chance and didn't get in. So beating a dead horse, I guess, but that's how it goes because the horse keeps dying again.
Over and over, the horse just keeps dying.
It just keeps dying again. It's not, I don't know if it's the same horse or new horses that keep dying, but that's Texas in the red zone. It's, oh my God. All right. Look around the country, Buck. Any winners and losers from week 1 of college football? We started the show talking about the AP poll. We kind of got veered off into some good Longhorn conversation, but Alabama, your biggest faller. They dropped 13 spots from 8 to 21. You asked about Florida State. I don't think I ever answered the question. Sorry about that. Florida State goes from unranked to 14.
Wow.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, I got to believe LSU made a pretty good jump.
Yeah.
I mean, they're already there.
LSU jumped from 9 to 3. So here's your new top 10 here. Ohio State, number 1. Penn State stays at 2. LSU, 3. Georgia, 4. And then Miami rounds out the top 5. So they go up 5 spots from 10 to 5. Oregon, number 6. And then you get the 3 losers. Texas, 7. Clemson, 8. Notre Dame, 9. And then South Carolina jumps up into the top 10.
Yeah, I'd like to believe in South Carolina, but I like the quarterback. I just don't think he's accurate enough in times where he's got to really chuck the ball in some tight situations that he's not going to do anything but run with the football. So, they got good defense though, but I don't trust in his accuracy.
I think my biggest question with South Carolina is the offensive line. I do trust in Lenore Sellers. Now, he's not the most accurate quarterback in college football, but I think he is good enough to get South Carolina into the college football playoff. And they've got some weapons too. But yeah, the offensive line, I'm just worried, Lenore Sellers is built like Cam Newton, so maybe he's just that big and strong and physical to where he can withstand a bunch of hits. But I'm worried about that dude, having to run for his life too much and something happening to him. And if that happens, then
Yes.
they're in trouble. But they look good, solid against Virginia Tech. Made the plays they had to make. The defense showed up. That was a nice, pretty controlling win for the Cox in week 1.
I know who's going to jump into that thing in a hurry, though, this week after they beat Florida is South Florida.
Oh, you're putting in the call that USF is going to knock off UF?
I'm taking this. I'm taking those 17.5 points. I know that.
Is that a gold star lock for the
That
people?
has got to be.
Well, you did go 1-5 in your week 1 picks, and your one win happened on Monday. Now, they all count the same. You got TCU, boat racing North Carolina, but you were 0 on Saturday. So, we'll see.
The Carolina Hudsons didn't get it done. So
no, that was she may have done a better job out there than some of the actual players did.
Man.
10 teams in the top 25. Auburn just missed the cut. They were second in the receiving votes category, so you almost had 11 SEC teams ranked this week. But there you go. Quick look at the poll. Winners and losers, Buck. Tommy Castellanos, to me, is the biggest winner week 1 of college football. He talked so much trash about that Alabama game. He said that
he was so right.
Yeah, he said that Bama didn't have Nick Saban to save them. And it's like, people thought he was crazy for saying that. I thought he was crazy for saying that.
I did too.
Turns out he was right. They didn't have Nick Saban to save them. Castellanos, 230 yards and a touchdown. That was the biggest upset of week 1 and a huge W for Florida State. Well, we'll see what they've got. We'll see if they're a legit contender. And 2 years ago, they should have made the playoff, and they didn't. Last year, obviously, was a total disaster, but there's still some talent on that team. And, I don't think they're a playoff team this year, but I sure as hell, I would have said this before Saturday, I don't think they're a 2-10 win team again. But now, ranked in the top 15, a lot of numbers we're throwing at you. We'll see what FSU
did TCU find their way in by any chance? I know it wasn't a big game against North Carolina, but with what they've got defensively and offensively, they didn't find their way into it.
No, they received some votes, but they are not in.
I got them playing for a Big 12 championship.
After one game, you're crowning them?
Yes, I'm crowning them. I think they have all kinds of great athletes on their team.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see.
I know you like the quarterback. You don't think he's great. I think he's a lot better than a lot of people think he is.
No, I think he's great. I think he's awesome. Josh Hoover played a great game on Monday, but he put up some solid numbers last year for TCU. Like I think there's a chance he's a top 10 quarterback in the sport. He's not going to get not going to get the pomp and circumstance because of where he plays, but I really like that guy's game, and he was dropping dimes on Monday nights.
Yeah, and I think as he's grown, Kendall Briles has gotten so much better as a coordinator. I mean, for the run and the pass. I mean, he's situationally, he seems to know exactly what to do to teams, and he will attack you. If you're not doing the right thing, he will attack you over and over in a lot of different ways. I like the way he calls a game.
You think his dad's calling the plays?
I hope not.
You think like under his headset, he's got a little earpiece in or something where Art is just
No, I think the kid's no longer a kid. I mean, he's grown into having these opportunities, and I think he studies his craft pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. But, Art Briles.
He's got a handful of athletes that can really go.
Art Briles, horrible human being, very good offensive mind.
No, he's not whispering anything to his kid. No.
Like am I above talking to Art Briles one day if I decide, sports media, I'm out on that. I'm going to get into coaching. Am I above reaching out to Art Briles and asking, hey man, I just took this job as a history teacher at the local high school, and they're letting me call some plays for the JV team. I'm going to wear a wire, and I'm going to have you tell me exactly what to call here.
You're above that.
Am I above that? Then
yes, you are.
Move up to the varsity team. Get a
you're
job.
Above that.
Maybe we're calling plays at Westlake or Lake Travis or Dripping Springs or Vanderbilt.
No, you'll let the chips fall where they may, Sark. You won't do that.
And all of a sudden, head coach at a major university.
Wow.
What happens if Art dies? Uh-oh.
Oh, the play calling. Something happened with it. No.
It goes away.
Maybe I should have never brought that up. Maybe that's just a bad subject. Sorry.
Man.
Sorry,
Shout out.
folks.
We got to give a shout out to Tarleton State, the Texans from Stephenville. Did you see this, Buck? They went on the road to West Point and beat Army in double overtime.
Did they win that game?
They did. 2 overtimes.
I told you the academies aren't going to be that hot this year, so Notre Dame's really got a chance this year.
Yeah, second
can
ever
roll
win
those
against an FBS team for Tarleton State. Army was a huge favorite in that game. There were some people picking Army to be the G5 rep in the college football playoff.
No, they have their every 2 or 3 years they find a quarterback to run the option. They don't have one this year. Remember that kid last year was so good?
Yeah.
They're struggling. And the same thing with Navy. The guy was so good last year. They're going to have that game is just going to be the battle of 14-7 this week at the end of the season. So forget about all that excitement for that. That's not happening.
Yeah.
And Boise State's another one. Don't worry about them. They're not going to be any good.
Yeah, well, a couple of quick losers. Boise State was in my loser category for the way they looked last Thursday against South Florida. I mean, they got embarrassed.
I think Tarleton has 2 wins under their belt. Didn't they go out and play some South Dakota Mission of the Impossible team or something?
Mission of the Impossible. Where is that school?
And South Dakota.
They practice Scientology, I assume?
Lubbock, South Dakota, I think that was.
It is a Scientology school?
Yeah, I think they hammered their first team that they played.
Yeah, they did. They did play in week 0, won that game, and then they went on the road to the Hudson and beat Army. Biggest losers, Kalen DeBoer. That's the obvious one. You have to start with him. Also, dude, Nico Iamaleava.
Yes.
And that guy probably took enough heat in the offseason. I'm sure from Tennessee fans, he's going to take heat until the end of time. But UCLA got smoked by Utah.
Yeah, they're happy with that trade of quarterbacks at Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee looked really good. A blowout win over Syracuse. Joey Aguilar played very well. And UCLA get smoked at the Rose Bowl, 43-10. I mean, I watched the first half of that game. It was late night.
I couldn't stay up. Thank God I didn't watch it.
It was like literally Utah, the first 3 times they got the ball, they just marched down the field and scored a touchdown. There was no resistance at all from UCLA.
How long is our guy from L.A. going to have that gig?
He's terrible. They're talking about him on the broadcast like he's done so much with the facilities and he's gotten people back invested into the program. And all that shit is great, but you got to go out and win games. And he's not. His teams look horrible. Horrible. So, Nico, turned down plenty of money to stay at Tennessee. He asked for more. They called his bluff. He leaves. He goes to UCLA. UCLA is going to be terrible. Tennessee is going to be good. And I don't think Nico's making as much money as he could have made if he stayed in Knoxville. So good job there. All right. I do want to get to these couple videos here, college football-wise, Buck.
Okay.
Actually, no, I don't, because I forgot to upload them. So we're not going to do that. All right. Good job, BK. It was a little back and forth war of words between Brian Kelly and Dabo Sweeney after the game that went down on Saturday. Yep. And
are they bitching about who's the real Death Valley?
No. Dabo said, I'll go cut it up here in a sec. I think I can do it on my other computer. But
where did they drop to, as a matter of fact, Clemson? Where did they end up?
They're still in the top 10.
And really?
They're at 8. Yeah, they're 1 spot behind Texas. The 3 losers of those top 10 games are 7, 8, 9. Texas, Clemson, Notre Dame, in that order. All right. We'll get to some NFL here in a moment, and I'll try to cut up that sound as well while we're talking. But the NFL season starts tomorrow. We've got some Cowboys, Eagles, Nuggets to get into. Also, some good news for the Rams and some not so good news for the Houston Texans leading up to their Week 1 matchup in L.A. And could Micah Parsons miss his first game as a Fudge Packer? We will.
Yeah, it seems like yes.
Seems like he might. We'll dive into those. But first, Buck, how about a quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
So Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, folks. All your Longhorn gear, all your stuff for your tailgate, anything that you need that it's Longhorn, they have it at Sue Patrick. Plenty of parking there. Parking is available for you all day long at Sue Patrick. You only have to take a walk across the parking lot, and you are there. The polos, the golf shirts, they've got tons of those. Tommy Bahamas, Columbia. They carry all the brands that you need, all the caps that you're looking for this week. Make sure you get your gear. Get it all lined up over at Sue Patrick over the next couple of days. You want to get that done. And pick up a jelly cat while you're at it, as a matter of fact. Once again, orders over $59 online, free shipping just for you. As I said, plenty of parking, folks. 5222 Burnett Road or SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love our friends at Sue Patrick. Also love our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
You know, we got a couple new sponsors, BK, of course. You know, when we talk Southeast Conference stuff, brought to you by Horseshoe Bay Resorts, HSB Resorts. And folks, like I said, if you're coming to town and you're going to spend an extended amount of time in town, and that means from Tuesday or Wednesday through the weekend, think about going out to Horseshoe Bay to some of their, stay at the hotel, the villas, and plenty of the great golfing, the Hill Country golfing. It's magnificent out there, and the hospitality can't be beat. I mean, they got a floating bar. That's all you need, a big barge that's a bar. That's important.
Yeah.
Get out there in the barge out there on Lake LBJ and float around and spend some time out there. But the people out there are absolutely wonderful. And we will be at Schultz's Beer Garden for the home games. So we'll see people bright and early, getting a little buzz on there before the game. How early are we there, by the way, this week?
8:30.
Yes.
That's when our show starts. So
wow,
we'll probably be there at 7:30.
Come say hello. We'd love to see you. We'll be giving away when we have home games. Thanks to the folks at Ariat Boots and Caverners, we'll be giving away boots and jeans at the home game. So come sign up for that. It'd be good to see some folks. Schultz Beer Garden, a legendary, historic Schultz's Beer Garden. So I'm excited about being there. And you know, we got a group, Go Abundance, that's been a part of us. You know, folks don't know what that's all about, and you did a great job of explaining it on Saturday for our first away game. But I want to thank those folks, Matt King and the folks at Go Abundance for joining us too as part of our pregame show. Good stuff.
No doubt. Yeah. People always ask, how can we support TSU? The best way to support us is by supporting our sponsors because, well, they're the reason we're allowed to do what we do each and every day. So shout out to all of our great partners here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, Buck, a little NFL conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Season kicks off tomorrow. The Eagles will raise a banner. Ew. And they will
end up 50,000 unit play from the Buck.
Yeah, well, you save it for tomorrow, but I don't know if I blame you too much for that. The Eagles are 7.5-point favorites right now.
It's not at 10 yet?
It's not at 10, and I don't think it's going to get to 10 unless something happens to Dak Prescott or somebody on the Cowboys.
Have a great kicker. Cowboys do have a great kicker.
You have a great kicker. Yep, Brandon Aubrey.
Texas got a great punter.
Texas has a great punter. Hey, special teams matters. We can't be dogging on special teams after talking about how important they are all year long.
Special teams really matters.
The Eagles, again, they will be raising a banner before the game tomorrow night. Eagles players and coaches will apparently not be on the field for their banner raising. They are saying that they are focused on the future and not the past. Nick Sirianni said, quote, "I didn't know it was banner night. We won't be out for that," end quote.
Oh, come on, cornball. That guy's the biggest cornball of all time. And he doesn't want to have his players out for that.
You know what I say for that? Quote, "You're a cheese dick," end quote.
My God.
I mean, give me a break. I didn't know it was banner night. Like, come on. All right. I know coaches play the bit of like, oh, we're so locked in that we don't pay attention to the outside noise and this, that, and the other. Give me a break, dude.
It's not distracting. You're not getting your ring, I don't believe, unless you're getting your rings instead that night.
Right. Well, I think maybe they are too, but maybe they're not going to do that out in public either because that's apparently they're so worried about the Cowboys that they're worried their mind is going to be somewhere else if they watch a banner get raised. That's how scared of the 2025 Dallas Cowboys they are, Buck. How about
Yeah,
that?
that's corny stuff because he's a cornball.
That's pathetic, dude. Like, I'm pretty sure, the Chiefs just repeated. Obviously, the Eagles beat the Chiefs in February to prevent the three-peat, but I'm pretty sure the Chiefs watched a banner get raised after they won their first, and, well, they went out and won another one. So there's nothing that says you can't watch a banner get hung and still go on and win another championship. So I don't know. I mean, it's the whole bit is ridiculous. It's very cheesy. It's very corny.
Eagles have gotten used to winning Super Bowls now.
Yeah, you won 2 in a decade. That's 2 more than they had won in the previous 6 or 7 or however long football has been going on. I guess you just said it. Zero faith in the Cowboys tomorrow night?
No, I have no faith in the Cowboys tomorrow night.
You think this
or
game
any other night unless they're playing Cleveland?
You think the Cowboys are going to be the second worst team in the league this year?
No, I'm not going to put them as second. I'm going to, what is the under over and wins for them now? Is it 9 or 10? That'd be at least.
It's 7.5, Buck. You wish it was 9 or 10.
Wow.
Yeah, you don't get those favorable odds out in Vegas.
Holy shit! Did that drop that way from Michael Parsons or what?
No,
Michael Parsons did that to him.
Michael Parsons. No, it's been there for a while. I mean, the Cowboys went 7-10 last year. Now, Dak Prescott was obviously hurt for majority of last season. Just didn't help the Cowboys' chances. But, yeah, they didn't have a great offseason. You look at their division. Philly's obviously really good. Washington's really good. I mean, those are the 2 teams that played for the NFC title last season. The Giants, they're still in a
dogfight with the Giants.
Might be in a dogfight with the Giants. Who knows? But yeah, not a lot of faith and optimism in the Dallas Cowboys this year under Shoddy.
Yeah, I won't be picking them very often this year.
And oh, by the way, the Cowboys have to play 2 of the toughest divisions in football this year. They've got to play the AFC West, which is Kansas City, the Chargers, Denver, and Vegas. 3 of those teams made the playoffs last year. The team who didn't just hired Pete Carroll as their head coach. Pretty good.
Ashton Genty can become Rookie of the Year in 1 game.
And they have to play the NFC North, which is maybe the best division in football right now with the Lions. Obviously, the Packers are coming to Arlington in week 4. Your Vikings and Chicago, who, if Caleb Williams, they got Ben Johnson as the head coach now with the Bears. If Caleb Williams takes a step, then that's a pretty talented roster. So, yeah, the combination of the Cowboys getting worse and their schedule being what it is, that's why your Vegas number is what it is, Buck.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that scheduling will not be fun.
Yeah, I am excited to watch the CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens duo on the outside, right? And look, Dak Prescott's 9-4 in his career against Philadelphia. So there's the good news right there. He is 3-3 in Philly. There's been a lot better.
To throw the ball 56 times a game.
Well, that's where I wonder, how long the Cowboys are going to be married to the run game, because all off season long, Schottenheimer's talked about we want to be a run first team. We want to be a physical team, and Jerry's talked about it, and Steven's talked about it. Out and traded for George Pickens. You already have CeeDee Lamb, who's one of the best receivers in the game. You've got the highest paid quarterback in football, and your running backs are washed up guy, 5th round pick, 7th round pick.
Man.
So I get it. Maybe there's some coach speak there. Everybody wants to run the football, but the Cowboys seem so married to the run game that when it inevitably doesn't work, are they going to be willing to let Dak throw it 40 or 50 times a game? Or are they going to keep trying to run? We'll see.
They're not going to have a choice but to throw the ball.
Yeah, well, if you're playing from behind, especially, and you're playing catch up, Dak's going to have to drop back a lot. But that's the strength of the team, I think, is their passing offense.
I think what's more important is what's the over and under of Saquon Barkley yardage in that game on tomorrow night.
I don't know.
That's the play.
Let's see if I can.
I'm going to say 140, BK, 140. Or will they get him out before that? Will they just say, no, we can't do this to you in game 1? You got 125. We're in the beginning of the 4th quarter. Go sit down. Or will Saquon say, oh, no, first game after a championship, let me light this group up for about 250.
Oh, Buck, I am seeing the prop bets for Saquon Barkley's total rushing yards tomorrow night, 93.5.
Oh, hell.
Sounds like your cousin has another bet.
Yeah, that's a simple one.
Hey, the Cowboys just traded for Kenny Clark, dude. Their run defense is fixed. Come on.
Yeah, that's right.
Gave up Micah Parsons because he couldn't stop the run. They just
couldn't stop. That's right. He couldn't stop the run. Yeah.
They got this elite run stuffer in this trade. The Cowboys won the trade. And now Micah Parsons might not even play in week 1.
Jerry's thinking, what a move I made.
Did the Cowboys win the trade?
So far, so good for him.
Yeah.
Till tomorrow.
That's because we haven't seen them play. Parsons is dealing with an L4/L5 joint sprain in his back.
When I hear you've been getting shots into your back, that's not good.
Yeah, the Cowboys, before they traded him, they gave him some anti-inflammatory drug to try to help. They've had him on physical therapy for a while.
Oh, they screwed him up and then sent him packing.
Well, he wasn't really practicing, so I don't think
he was just laying around on tables in his street clothes.
Maybe that's what screwed up his back, laying on the trainer's table. Who knows? But we'll see. That Micah Parsons is going to try to play. They're talking about injecting him with something before their game against the Detroit Lions. That's obviously a huge game this weekend. But yeah, Micah Parsons may not be good to go. So congrats to Jerry Jones. They win.
Yeah, I saw Micah Parsons that sent some kid that was distraught about him being traded, sent him a little face-to-face Zoom call with this kid. Like it's not the end of the world. I'm just a football player, one of those deals. Everything's going to be all right for your Cowboys. As he said, hey, I didn't want to go, but your owner sucks.
Oh, yeah. Here's this always happens, right? I mean, Micah Parsons trying to clear his name in the court of public opinion. It happens during the contract negotiations. It happens before the trade, and it happens after the trade. Hey, I didn't want to leave. Blame him. You guys are mad that I'm gone. I did everything right. I just ignore the giant $47 million contract that I begged for. There's nothing to see here. I wanted to stay. So you guys like me. You hate that old crusty ass dude.
I just wanted all the money.
Yeah, I wanted to play for the Cowboys. They just didn't want me. How come nobody want me, man? That was it.
That's such a bad move. That's just a bad move by them.
Larry, I agree with Larry here. By the way, Jaden Blue making his Cowboys debut tomorrow night. Only played in one preseason game, limited by an ankle injury, but he should be out there tomorrow. He wasn't on the injury report for the Cowboys.
That's good.
Earlier this week, so that's a good sign right there.
They got the little guy in the practice squad just in case they need him. I need to call him up.
Deuce Vaughn,
little guy from Round Rock, is he available?
No. Oh, he's available for anybody to bring in. He's not on the team, and I think he's doing some tryouts elsewhere. I saw something about the Broncos maybe bringing him in for a tryout. But yeah, no, Deuce Vaughn will not be a part of things tomorrow in Philadelphia.
And speaking of Denver, how are you feeling about them this year? You think they made a nice jump with their quarterback last year. I expect them to be right in the thick of things because of that defense this year.
Yeah, they've got a lot of talent, and I think it depends on Bo Nix, right? Like, CJ Stroud's always in the back of my mind because CJ Stroud took a step back. He was amazing in year 1. And last year, still good enough for the Texans to win the South and win a game in the playoffs. But he wasn't the same quarterback. He took a step back, and I don't think it was all on him. The offensive line sucked. Their offensive coordinator wasn't very good. He ended up losing his job because of it. But you wonder about the year 2, right? Like Bo Nix, obviously Jaden Daniels in Washington. We saw a lot of rookie quarterbacks burst on the scene and look really good last year. So what do those guys do for an encore? I don't know. But, Denver's got a really good defense. That was a playoff team from last year.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, my quarterback in Minnesota, we're just trying to get through. I don't want to see him in his cheerleading outfit anytime soon, but I want him to just play quarterback for me.
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
A lot of compelling storylines to dive into week 1 of the NFL season. Quick Texans nugget. The Texans will open up their season Sunday afternoon in L.A. against the Rams, and Matthew Stafford is expected to play. He's obviously been dealing with that aggravated disc in his neck. He missed the first month of Rams training camp, but he's been back at practice for the last couple of weeks. So he should be good to go. 37-year-old is back. And
I'm pretty sure he'd like to be going against a different defense than going against this group.
Yeah, how about, you're dealing with an injury and you've got to go up against Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. coming at you for
and that secondary, my goodness.
Yeah, the Texans defense. Okay, well, let me ask you about those two teams, and maybe we'll dive into this game a little bit more in depth closer to the end of the week. But Texans-Rams, legit contenders this year or a step below?
I think both of them are, if Stafford is healthy enough to make it through to get past this game. But the Texans can wreck their season early if they slam that guy to the ground because they're going to put pressure on him. They're going to get to him. And the Texans, I got to believe they're, just let Joe Mixon heal up. Let that guy heal up. Don't try to bring a hobbled guy with a bad ankle. Let him talk you into playing him too soon. But as you said, he's got to be out for 4 weeks.
Yeah, Joe Mixon's on IR, so he's out for this game, and he's going to miss the first month at least for the Texans.
You find out you having Chubb again, see if he's ready
Nick
to go,
Chubb
and
there.
you still should be fine with him.
Nick Chubb's there. I don't know how much he has left in the tank. Damian Pierce is still there. You drafted Woody Marks out of USC in the mid-rounds this year. So
are your wide receivers healthy?
Tank Dell is not.
He's still not ready to go?
No. But the Texans, of course, Nico Collins will be out there, and they drafted those two cats from Iowa State with Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. They've got Christian Kirk there as well, the former Aggie. So
they got some receivers.
Yeah, it's a pretty good receiving core. Dalton Schultz is still there at tight end too. Biggest question for the Texans, running back, obviously with no Joe Mixon. How much better did your offensive line get? They're going to be starting a rookie at left tackle with Ursery, the kid they took in the second round out of Minnesota. Laramie Tunsil's gone. He was a staple there at left tackle for a number of years. They shipped him off. They draft Ursery. But again, that offensive line was a disaster last season. So Rams have a salty defense. It'll be a good test for Houston.
Yes,
How will they fare? Yeah, look, the Texans, it's a similar conversation for the Texans as it is for the Cowboys. I think the goal is much more feasible for Houston this year than it is for Dallas, but you're trying to get to a conference title game. The Texans have never been there, and the last 2 years, they've gotten to the divisional round of the playoffs, but they can't beat the Kansas Cities, the Baltimores, like the top of the top teams in the AFC. They have been the thorn in their side. So this is the year. Like, are they as good as Kansas City? Are they as good as Baltimore? Are they as good as Buffalo? They're going to have to beat one of those teams at least to get to an AFC championship. To get to a Super Bowl, you probably got to beat two of them. But, are they on that level, or are they still a tier behind?
Yeah, I think after about 5 weeks, you'll know really how they are. Because once Joe Mixon gets back into the lineup, and if your quarterback's doing okay, he will then add a little bit more if he's healthy at the running back position for him, because the other guys should be okay, and they can still score with the wide receivers. But when Joe Mixon comes back, a healthy Joe Mixon, look out.
Yeah, interesting first couple of games for Houston, right? At L.A. this weekend. Yeah. And then they play Tampa Bay Monday Night Football in week 2. So a couple of NFC teams that
that's a good test right there.
Made the playoffs last year. Yeah, teams that are going to be picked to make the playoffs this year. So you get a pretty good measuring stick about how good this Houston team is in their first couple of weeks of the season. But that's a fun game right there. And yeah,
certainly is.
Can the Texans get over that hump? The AFC is loaded. I mean, all the great quarterbacks there. Obviously, we didn't throw Cincinnati in, but I think most people expect them to have a bounce back year.
We expected them to have a good start at least to a season.
I feel like, yeah, before he gets hurt. Is that what you're saying?
Well, their starts to their season over the last couple of years have been, I think, really poor. Where they like 0 for whatever early in the season. They end up having to play catch up to try to get to the playoffs. But it seems like everybody's ready to go there.
Yeah, they started 1-4 last year. To your point, they started 1-3. 2 years ago.
Their starts aren't very good.
And then the year before that, they actually started 0-2 the year before that. That was when they lost to Kansas City in that crazy AFC championship. The last time they started a year better than 0-2 was the year they made it to the Super Bowl, where they started 1-1.
Yeah, they need a good start. That would help them a lot if they got a good start.
It's interesting. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And I already have them written down in game 1, so they must not be playing anybody. They must be playing somebody like Cleveland.
They are, but they suck against Cleveland. Like Joe Burrow, think about how good he is. Joe Burrow against the Browns is not good. He's 3-5 against the Browns in his career. How is that possible?
I don't know, but I'm taking him.
Well, then it'll be 3-6. Sorry about that, Joe Burrow.
I'm on fire right now.
What do you mean? You're down 150,000 units and the NFL season hasn't started.
I'm only going, hey, listen, Sark, I'm only going about what I did my last game. And I won big time for the people.
You did.
Over a legend. I helped beat the legend.
To wrap up a minus 150,000 unit week. You did win for the people.
God.
All right. I'm surprised no trash talk for your Yankees, man. 8 straight wins for the Yankees in Houston.
Oh, did they take it out on the Astros last night?
7-1.
Wow. How did they even score one?
There's some controversy for the game. I don't know if you saw this, but Framber Valdez was the starting pitcher for the Astros last night, and he gave up a grand slam.
No.
And then 2 pitches later, there was a cross-up between Framber Valdez and Astros catcher Cesar Salazar. Cesar Salazar is his actual name. I always call him Cesar Salazar. And where Salazar was expecting a breaking ball, and Framber threw a 94-mile-an-hour fastball that basically hit Salazar right in the chest because he couldn't react to it in time because he was expecting off speed.
Right
and now,
in the chest. Oh,
dude, it's bad. I mean, it looks pretty intentional. There are a lot of folks out there who are buying into that conspiracy theory.
Yeah, Framber's on his last year too. He's on his last year here.
Yeah, Framber's great. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball.
He'll be in New York next year. Don't worry. He'll be playing for the Yankees.
That's, that can't happen. That cannot
yes, that'll have to happen.
I don't care what your catcher did. On the grand slam, like Salazar had his hands up. He was like trying to stop Framber from making the pitch. Framber throws the pitch. It's a meatball. It gets deposited into the Crawford boxes for a salami. And I think Framber was like a little upset. He's like, well, you got in my head. You're trying to stop me. I'm mid-pitch. That's why I threw this shitty pitch. So now I'm taking it out on you by pegging you with a 93, 94-mile-an-hour heater.
I mean, did he not even get his glove up?
Bad look. Yeah, I mean, he was expecting it to drop and come in slower, and it didn't. So at the last second, you could see him like react, but it's still, again, I think with copyright rules, I'd like to play the clip, but
did he look at him and give him some shit?
Yeah, well, Framber like turned away, and he didn't have a reaction that made it look like it was unintentional.
Okay.
If it truly is unintentional, you like put your hands on your head, or you like check on your catcher right away. Like, are you okay? Like, my bad. You put your hand up. Like, I screwed that up. He just like turned around and looked away. So yeah, it's very hard to argue in favor of Framber Valdez there. And that's not good for the Astros.
Yeah. He won't be there next year.
So who knows? The good news for the Astros is the Mariners lost again. They keep losing.
Oh,
so
it's August. It's well, you know how they are. Once September rolls around, that's it for the Mariners.
Well, now
they should be hitting their downward spiral now.
Now the Astros and the Rangers need the Mariners to lose because the Stros are trying to hold on to first place in the AL West. They're up 3 games there. The Rangers and Mariners are fighting for that final wild card spot in the American League, and right now the Mariners have a 1.5 game lead over the Jers. Rangers lost last night. They blew it. Their bullpen sucks. Bruce Bochy, not great. But the Rangers have been playing some pretty good ball as of late to get back into the mix. So now you're at scoreboard watching time of baseball season. Some people watch all year long, and it's like, do you really need to be looking at what other teams are doing in April and May? But calendar flips to September. Obviously, you're cheering on your favorite squad, but you're also rooting for other teams to lose.
I don't have to watch because I have a little friend that does all the watching for me every night. Look, see this little guy right here, the captain, number 2.
Trying to not look.
Yeah, number 2. Yeah, he's the guy that does all the watching. I put him right in front of the big screen, and he checks out the games.
There you go. Yeah, your Yankees tied with the Red Sox for the first wild card spot in the AL. 2.5
So they're still hitting bombs. They're still knocking bombs, knocking them out of the park.
Yeah, Yankees are playing good ball. They went through like a really long drought, but they've turned it around a little bit. So they're 2.5 games behind Toronto for first place in the East. They could still win the division. And they've got them and Boston are tied for the first and second wild card spots. They've got a pretty sizable lead right now over
So their lefty
Seattle
pitched
and
pretty
Texas.
good last night.
What's that?
Their lefty pitched pretty good for the Yankees last night.
Yeah, the Astros, they can't beat the Yankees at home anymore. For years, they couldn't lose to the Yankees in H-Town, and now it's 8 straight for the Bronx Bombers down at the Dike. They play 2 more in that series tonight and tomorrow afternoon.
They're playing that little Matchbox Park like playing at Fenway. Oh, don't say Fenway because they can't win at Fenway. Sorry.
What's the Matchbox Park? The Yankee Stadium is the Matchbox.
No, the Astros what's the new name of that thing? The Dike?
Yeah. Dyken Park, the Dike.
Yeah. They can't win at Fenway either, so.
No. All right, so there's your baseball for you today. We got a couple of fun stories to wrap up the show real quick. Sponsor shout out to the Hecht Law Firm, Ryan, Hurricane
Absolutely.
Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. A friend of the show, but a fighter for the people, a guy who's been a personal friend of mine for more than a decade, and a guy who's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade. If you or someone you know gets hurt in a car crash, gets injured on the job, whatever, don't call the jabronis you see on TV. They don't care about you. You're just a statistic for them. Ryan Hurricane Hecht is going to be your attorney. He is going to fight for you every step of the way to get you every dollar that you deserve. After a big wreck, you're going through a lot, just trying to get your life back on track. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. Let Hurricane Hecht do the hard work for you. Like Steely Dan, let him do the dirty work.
There
He's
you go.
got you. 512-938-8929 or hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Well, I'm all set. I'm all set for my next week. My MRI for my prostate deal is next week. And I did get a white lady on the phone. And I asked, I said, are you a white lady? She goes, yes. I'm like, that's nice.
I don't know if you can say that.
I did. I said it. I said, are you white? She goes, yes.
What if she said no?
I would say, well, you speak of the language well there, lady. And I'm like, that was nice. I said, I'm all set. She gave me all the details. I got everything down. And she knew exactly what I meant and why I was saying that.
What if she was black?
Well, I mean, that would be fine too. If she would have said I'm black, but I speak English well, that would be fine with me too. But then again, I understand jive, so I'm good.
That is an absurd question to ask somebody.
Hey, I got it done.
Not are you, because the reason you asked it was for the language barrier, right?
Yes.
So like, are you American? Maybe would have made some more sense. Not are you white? You could be white and have a crazy ass accent and like not.
I understand like West Virginia talk. I understand, people from Cali, even deep Southern draws, Texas
from like
lingo.
Sweden or so, like a country where English is not the native language.
Well, yeah, I would have said, if she would have started speaking and said, yeah, you're white, but you're from the Netherlands, I would have got that and said, hey, give me a regular white person from New Jersey, will you? Hey, listen, all I know is I said it, she said yes, and I got it done.
Are you a white lady?
Yes. She goes,
God,
yes.
That is
she
unbelievable.
Yes.
Oh man, you could have gotten
I had no problems communicating what I needed from her. She gave me exactly what I needed to get, and we're on our way.
Glad it worked out. Oh my God. And that's, she's got your name too. She can take to Twitter and be like,
what can she can't do anything?
Some punk named Michael Godbolt said on the phone, he asked me if I'm white.
What are you going to do? What's she going to do? Call Medicare?
Do this job?
What's she going to do? Call Medicare on me?
I don't know. That is fantastic.
It all worked out. She was laughing. She goes, I know what you're saying. I said, yeah, I know you know what I'm saying. Did you
tell her? No, I actually want a white doctor to go in there. I want a white lady.
No, I didn't say that. I don't mind. I can take some people from Nigeria. They go to med school too, but I got to understand them. And I don't even need to talk to them that much. I just need to know what I need to go in next week. She gave me all the details without me going, I don't understand what you're saying. I have no clue.
Oh,
and no, I don't speak. If I don't understand somebody, if I don't understand the language, I don't yell back at them that I don't understand. I talk in a regular voice. I just say, I don't understand. I can't, I don't get your dialect there. Casbar.
A regular voice. Oh,
I don't need Rock the Casbar or the Cash Bar, you know?
You don't need a cash bar, or you don't need the Clash performing a song.
No, I just need to know when do I arrive and what's the medication I need to take before. And I told you I'm supposed to be on some relieve your system medication for next week. I'm not liking that, trying to do a show and taking that medicine.
Oh, yeah, you got to clean yourself out before one of those things, right?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, no, we need you on the show. No days off here. What are we doing?
Well, what am I going to do? Crap in the put a bucket beside me here?
Whatever it takes, man.
Wow.
Come on, 7 to 9 every day. You know the rules.
It is football season.
Football season. We can't have you missing shows. What, next week? That's a game week.
I do have one of those Lowe's buckets.
Yeah, there you go. Oh man, that would be
that's horrible.
Oh man. Well, let's bring on. Well, speaking of butts, we got a story about this. We'll bring on Double R and Wags for a little crosstalk. Gentlemen, I have had this story in the hopper for a while, and today feels like a good time to bring it up because of what the Buck was just talking about. We go to Southern California for this one, fellas, where 38-year-old Khalees Karen Crowder was arrested last week. You say, what did he do to get arrested, BK? He sniffed someone's butt. Yes.
Do you have video? Do you have video of this?
Come on. Who do you think I am, Wags?
Are you new here? Why did I even ask? Why did I even ask?
Of course he has video.
We report, you decide.
This is no. That's CNN. You report, we decide.
My bad. My head backwards.
That's
DSU. I'm dyslexic. Everybody knows that.
That's DSU. So this guy got arrested for sniffing a butt. And this isn't the first time this guy has done this. Now, this most recent incident happened last Wednesday at a bookstore in Burbank. And this came just a few weeks after he was arrested at a different store for a similar incident. For that one, he was charged by prosecutors with 1 count of loitering with the intent to commit a crime, and he was ordered to pay $100,000 bail as a condition of his release. We have a video, not of either of those two incidents. Remember, he's been arrested twice in the last month for this. We actually have footage from 2023 at a Barnes & Noble of this same guy doing the same thing. Here's a woman. She has her camera set up filming. There's the guy sneaking behind, and look how close he gets. Now he goes over there to the other side. He sees another woman. Look at that. He bends down like he's looking for a book. You can kind of see his head turn, and he gets another whiff.
I'm not a freak. I do some freaky things, and I'm not a freak. But if you want to sniff my butt and I can get $100,000 for you, I probably would let you do that. Is that bad? Is that bad of me? I don't think so.
No, I think that's, you're an entrepreneur, Buck.
Thank you.
You lead by example. We should follow.
I don't think that's bad. I just there has to be an agreement in place, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You can't just be go up to someone's ass and sniff it. I guess. I thought this was America. I didn't realize you couldn't do that.
What?
Dogs do it all. The dogs do it all the time. What's up?
Yeah, this guy is on a sex offender list.
So yes. I got a question.
He's been on active parole, by the way, and he still continues to go out and do this.
How is, you said the camera is set up, right? Of course. How did they know? Did they suspect him doing this too already? So
yeah, the woman who made this TikTok, it's a long TikTok. I cut it up and took out the sound, but she's like, I noticed this. She had already called this guy out at one point.
Oh, got you.
And
did she work there, or was she just
she was shopping for books. She had just seen this guy getting low on the ground, and there was one time where she called him out, and he's like, "Oh, I'm just tying my shoe." And then 30 seconds later, he comes back and does it again, and she's like, "What the hell?" But that's not a shoe tie right there. I mean, he is getting his face right up in there.
Bro, this ain't Bed Bath & Beyond, man. You ain't getting some lotion.
Tying a shoe and had on loafers, right?
Yeah.
Or sandals. Yeah, had sandals on.
He's getting all of them. He's an equal opportunity butt sniffer.
And that wasn't even from the other day. That was 2023.
That was 2023.
Damn.
This guy, this is his bit. This is what he does. He just goes around sniffing butts.
So you're okay with that, Wags? I let him sniff all day, $100,000 a pop.
Gotta be consensual. Gotta be consensual, of course. But yeah, absolutely. I think you're on to something. I mean, who needs work?
You don't think I'm a freak? You wouldn't think of me as a freak?
No, it's people like fragrances. You know what I mean? It's
100K. You'd be a freak to not take that for 100K.
Yeah.
Now my question
have at it, brother.
Now the question is, am I a freak for saying if you buy me a Crunchwrap Supreme from Taco Bell, is that enough?
You give me a Lux box and I'll spread my cheeks.
I want to feel those fibers hit my face. That's
I'll rip one too if you want. you throw in some cinnamon twists and I'll rip one right at you.
Jesus.
By the way, what are we doing with the $999 million jackpot lottery tomorrow? Or is it today? Is it today? Today's today.
It's that big. If it's that big, I need to buy it.
$999 million.
Today. I gotta go to 7-Eleven in a little bit.
But you know what?
Yeah,
though?
I gotta go by and see hashish.
Some old lady's gonna get it. Brenda's gonna get it, and she's gonna pass away next week, and then all that money's gonna go to the government, and it's gonna get earmarked somewhere for somebody, Nancy Pelosi stock market or some shit.
I'm going to go do a lot of good things for a lot of people, good people like myself with that.
Buck, you're underselling this thing. We're at about 1.3 billion.
Oh, it's up and over now. It's up and over, huh?
We're in the billions.
B as in bitch.
Yeah, there's a lot. I can do a lot with that. I can help a lot of people.
This is currently the 5th biggest jackpot in the history of the lottery.
Wow.
I can help a lot of dogs.
Or I should say in the Powerball lottery. It's the 9th largest.
I can help. I would help a lot of people.
I don't really play the lottery, gents. Matter of fact, I've never played it once. Is Powerball usually bigger than the regular lottery?
Most of the time, yes. Than your regular lottery, yes.
Is Powerball national?
Yes, it's national. So all your knuckleheads in the Washington D.C. area can win too. They're taking their hard-earned money and running to the convenience store right now and getting 27 tickets.
I'm just gonna say, like, when something's that big, I don't think anything's left up to chance. I think there's an orchestrator somewhere pulling the strings.
No. It's
guys, come on, man.
No,
it's funny how in this one dude, wasn't there a sheriff in Round Rock that won the lottery twice?
Yes.
Oh no, that was Hollywood Henderson. That's Hollywood.
No. Look it up, man. It was like Chody or something like that.
He won. He won. I know he won once.
Boy, that caught up with him, didn't it?
I'm telling you, man.
Hey, more money, more problems.
Biggie didn't lie, did he? Biggie didn't lie, man.
So what are we thinking? It's $2 for a Powerball ticket, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Let it fly.
Buck, how many have you purchased
so far? Let me see.
Okay.
Oh Lord, it's gonna be like a stack of cash coming out here.
Well, Buck, he lost a lot of money on his Gold Star lock, so I don't know if he has enough to buy any more.
Well, the $3 that you pay right now for the 3, you get you mega-ply it, so it's cost you $9. But the Mega Millions that used to be $3 is now $5 a pop. But that thing is 136 million.
Inflation.
But the Powerball's 2, Mega Millions is
Mega Millions is $5 a pick.
Okay.
See, if I hit that, I would probably die of like a heart attack.
No, you wouldn't. You'd be just fine.
I would, man. Like all that money coming at you right there, like you're just like, holy, oh my
Your
God.
problem would be me knocking at your door.
But you have so much money to do stuff. You can, like you said, you can help people out with. But
yes,
that
help me out.
Change your life. That changes the generation of your family. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Yeah,
right there.
$1.3 billion. Are you kidding me?
Tomorrow, we all have brand new studios. With that $1 million.
You don't hear from any of you guys. You hit it, and there'll be a lot of people that just disappeared.
Not even a buy, just he gone.
Irish goodbye, right? Hey, that's good. If you guys tell me you're missing tomorrow, I'm going to assume you won the lottery, and I'll be very happy for you.
You know, that's the Matt Damon Ben Affleck, or what is it, Goodwill Hunting, where he's just like, Chucky, every time I get up, 10 seconds, the best 10 seconds of my day is when I come to your door and thinking you're not there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I hope
That's
happens.
a true friend, though, dude. That's a true friend. Like,
if you call in sick, I'm assuming
you hit it.
1.3 bill is coming your way, and at least one free meal is coming my way.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm making sure,
buddy.
I'm making sure I get all the. There won't be any. Hey, BK, there won't be any language barriers with me any longer.
Me understando.
Yeah,
hey, Bucky. So when you call the doctor, were you like Sanford, like Fred Sanford that time he went to the dentist and the white or the black dude, the brother comes in to work on his teeth, and he didn't want the black dude to work on him. They bring in the white guy, and the white guy says, "No, I'm the custodian." And Fred's like, "Oh shit, okay, well no, give me the black guy back."
No, I just called up and I asked for a white. I said, "Are you a white lady?" She said, "Yep." I said, "Well, now we can get this straight. When I come in next Thursday, I'm understanding
insane.
Everything you say."
That is
She
insane.
didn't even hesitate. She knew exactly what I was talking about, Rodney.
I used to, and this is kind of bad, but I'll tell it anyway because we're unfiltered. There was this guy I used to work with, Mexican dude, and people would walk up and talk English to him, and the only thing that he could say, he would look at him and go, "Me Indian, me don't understand."
Good bit right there. God, that is so funny. I want to cut that up. That bit of Bucky talking about asking if that woman is white and turn it into a social media clip, but I'm worried the Buck's going to get canceled, so I don't know if I should.
I'm too old to get canceled. I've been canceled and re-canceled. I got canceled and has come back and gone again.
Thrown out with your shoes, no shoes, all that stuff.
No shoes. I mean, yeah, that's hard to cancel. It's hard to cancel old people. Old people don't get canceled. It's the young ones that are supposed to be the bright ones that are getting canceled.
That's right.
Old people have an excuse. We're old.
Yeah, experienced, very experienced.
Old, yes,
you just know better.
You know what? The key is to that is I got the job done. I don't have any confusions about next week when I go. If I would have left it the way it was, I would have been confused. Something could have happened. Something could have cost me something bad. All I did was get it corrected, and it got corrected.
Yeah. Yeah, when my grandfather got sick, they put him he had to go to a nursing home or whatever, and he would talk to people, and he would just say like some really bad shit. He would say really bad shit. My grandmother's like, "That's how we used to talk, mijo." All right, I guess.
Oh, I guess. All right.
All right, listen, boys, have a great day. Y'all be careful.
Later, buddy. So what do you mean he would talk nasty stuff when he was under anesthesia, or
no, it was, he was, his mind was pretty much gone. Yeah. Kind of a dementia type thing. And, he worked out in the field and different things. And, he would call people words, and I'm like, holy shit. And my grandma's like, "It's okay, mijo." I'm like, "No, it's not okay." I'm like, "I don't care. I don't care."
I was actually raised by my grandparents, and I got to tell you, like, my grandparents loved everybody. Like, it was my even when my granddad got tracheotomy, you think like he'd be sour at life, but nah, man. Just the only thing the guy ever wanted to do was play cards. He's big. Yeah. He worked on a railroad and played cards, man. After World War II, he worked on a railroad and played cards. That's all he liked doing, was just playing poker, man.
Yeah, it's. I got to tell you that was.
I was very fortunate to have some a really awesome upbringing. Like, I didn't have my real parents, but I mean, I had my grandparents.
Same. I was. My mom and dad weren't together, but I had an aunt that is, my mom. So I have two moms. Well, three. My mother-in-law.
Oh yeah,
but,
yeah. I mean,
but it's like. And that was kind of one of the things with our Hispanic heritage when Tracy came into our family, because it was like she would start going to our family gatherings, and like my aunt would, and my aunt tells you exactly what she's thinking, and there is absolutely no filter. And I'd look at Tracy, and she's like, "Whoa." I'm like, "I'm sorry, that's just
how it is. That's just how it is.
That's just what they do."
I don't like. I don't know. It's funny you say that, right? Because like a lot of old people are like that and set in their ways and just, didn't care how things flew off their tongue. My great grandfather was the mayor of like the town we were from too. So yeah, shit. Like that's just it. Like you want to talk about social media, or you want to talk about Big Brother? We didn't have that back in the day. That didn't exist, but it did, because every Brenda and every Jenny and every Karen on the block. No, well, you're Jim Cummings' great grandson. I know who the hell you are. Like my grandmother had every news, everything that I did. I couldn't throw an egg at a car. I couldn't do anything, man. So.
Oh, that's a small town, man. Everybody knows the move.
What 128 actually graduated out of my class. 173 were scheduled to graduate, man. So
yeah,
50-some kids dropped out.
Well, and it's good and bad, because a lot of times with that, when everybody knows your business, that kind of sucks. But at the same time, when
everybody knows your business, it always sucks.
Yeah. They figure stuff out and whatever. But it's like at the same time,
can't do anything. You don't have privacy, man.
Yeah. But again, if everybody knows what you're doing and like knows your family or whatever, if you trip up and fall and get in trouble, a lot of times that'll help you, because you kind of have the end.
I'd rather be off the radar.
On the right side.
You know what I mean? I rather, out of sight, out of mind. That's what I subscribe to.
Dude,
instead of having the spotlight on you and the limelight on you, then everybody knows your business, man. I'm not about that. You know what I mean? You can have that cup of tea. Hey, man, we got a lot of NFL to talk about. Where do you want to go first?
Hey, man, you call it. You want
to do? I mean, let's do the first game, and let's go with the NFC East, stress down the NFC, and then move around from there, right? Since the NFC kind of kicks us off on Thursday.
Oof, you had to remind me.
Hey, man, I'm gonna be in the basement with you. All right. So if you want to if you want to call Sundays the morgue party or whatever, and you just want to send the girls off somewhere to do something, and we just sit recluse in a corner to ourselves, and I'm not a big drinker, so I can't sit there and say every time Dallas gets scored upon or Giants get scored upon, I'll drink with you. I can't do that, amigo. But
you want to think we were negative about Texas, Dallas? I'm coming for you.
I'm hoping that there's going to be a little bit more optimism on. Well, Thursday's going to be rough. Okay, Thursday's probably going to be a tough one, but
it's going to be horrible.
Who knows, man? These are pros. I don't expect a blowout. Okay, I'll just say that I don't expect a blowout. But yeah, let's go over and dress up. Let's go with some of the most improved teams or key acquisitions from this year in our picks from around division of who we think is going to represent their divisions and maybe even get to the conference championships there, Rodney. I know we can probably leave that alone and address that for mid-season form or the latter portion of the season. But just for kickoff, man, where do you want to go first with it? Let's go with improved teams and key acquisitions here. I'm gonna go ahead. I'll save it. Let's go with the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, one, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the loss immediately that's detrimental. It's Micah Parsons, exiting stage right and going off to Green Bay. They've had some, debacles in their locker room, before that too. I think Bland is back now, if I'm not mistaken. I think the secondary's tidied up. What's that? He got paid as well.
Yep.
Yeah. So, with a lot of that movement going down and then not being able to get Micah Parsons, but you also get a run stopper. How do you feel a little bit about the defense with the Dallas Cowboys? Are you still picturing them in the basement of the NFC East, or do you have them kind of flirting and moving back and forth with the Giants? Because you and I are both in agreement. It's Eagles, Commanders, G-Man.
Yeah, that's. And I think Philadelphia will take a step back, honestly, Wags, because they did. They lost a lot of pieces they lost some key pieces on defense. I mean, Sweat going to the Cardinals is one guy that I'm kind of high on the Cardinals, but
that's an all-pro NFL player, right? I would think
that's a massive loss.
Every other season, it's an all-pro player, it seemed like.
Yeah. Offensively, you still have what you have right there. I think they take a little bit of a step back, but I don't think they're quite as dominating as they were before. If you look at the Commanders,
can I ask you? Do they have the same success that they have on the ground with Saquon this year as they did last year?
I don't think so. I think that's
hard. That would be hard to repeat.
Yeah, that's going to be very hard to repeat it. And I mean, again, you never wish ill will onto anybody, but the fact that Saquon Barkley got through last year with the pounding that he took and didn't get hurt was this kind of one of those things like we talk about McCaffrey, right? It's like
first year in his career that he didn't get hurt.
Yeah. It's always like, remember McCaffrey? I would always say it with the Panthers. It's like, okay, that dude's going to get hurt. He goes to the Niners. He doesn't get hurt. Last year he gets hurt and they take a massive step back. So I do think that he's going to get dinged up this year, and I think he's going to miss a little bit of time. But now, even if you look at the Commanders, I know that you had Deebo Samuel and so forth on offense, but if you look at the Commanders, despite Jaden Daniels being what he is and the year that he had, that's an older team. That's not a young club.
The addition of Deebo Samuel, though, or the addition of Dabo Sweeney to that team and that wide receiver
on the outside
really could make an impact, though. It really could.
So. I think so. And Terry McLaurin's been paid now, so I think they're going to take a step back too. I don't think either one of those teams can take a step back far enough to get to our teams. I think really your team, the Giants, are the team on the rise, because Dallas, what I'd love to see Dallas do is, like, now with the new great pass rusher that you bring in to get in there, or run stopper that you bring in. If Agent Zero could stay healthy, if Overshown could stay healthy, I'd put that dude on the outside. I'd put that dude on the edge, and maybe try to let him alleviate some of the pass rush that you're losing from.
Yeah, when he's on the field, the dude performs, right? Like the dude can play. That's just been the knock, is that he can't stay healthy, or he's prone to injury here.
Yeah. I mean, I think
I have concerns for the Commanders with the running back room, though. Like, I know Chris Rodriguez has emerged, and I know Eckler still got some juice in the tank, but I really did like Brian Thomas, right? Like, I think this dude had a knack just for finding tough yards and always falling forward. It's strange. I mean, of course, Washington's going to move the way they go, or they want to go based off of, I guess, their offensive philosophy here. But I thought that he fit the bill pretty well for Washington and gave them tough yards. It will be interesting to see how they do with Chris Rodriguez. I feel like he's a little bit more undersized. But again, the guy had a pretty good camp, and he had a decent preseason as well. So we'll see how that goes. But if you don't have stock in Chris Rodriguez yet in fantasy, you should, and you're probably already late to the party. But on to the Giants here, right? Since I guess it's crazy to say this, man. All right, are we going to be definitive and go with the Giants at 3?
I'm definitely going with.
We don't have to do this together. We don't have to tell them, like, we can split.
You're not convincing me. I think it was my idea. I think I'm convincing you.
I think you did. I think you did.
That's the problem. We don't believe in our teams, Wags. We are total both like shit.
Though, after the preseason, the Giants defense has come on. All right. The Giants defense is there. Okay. My concerns were with their offensive line, but that seemed to be remedied a little bit. Now, I would consider the opposition, and also that it's preseason. You're getting vanilla, formations and defenses, right? You're not really getting, that loaded or sub packages. I'll leave that out there for analysis, but still, like, I think the defense is pretty locked on. Offensive line got better. If Russell Wilson can be a decent bridge and a mentor for Jackson Dart,
yep.
I would love to see Russell Wilson do the entire season, right? Play the entire season, and then have the Giants go 10 wins, 11 wins, and then pass the torch, in the offseason, right? I know that can't happen for Dable. If that happens, Dable's probably safe, but I think Dable's pressing to get Dart in there just so he can show what he hit with his draft pick, which is stupid. It's counterproductive, right? Like, why I guess sabotage yourself, especially, or why go against the grain of winning if something's working just to force something that you don't know, or an unknown commodity, right? If Russell Wilson is failing in the quarterback spot, sure, make the move. But I would say, caution Dable to not press it and make sure that Russell is being able to deliver those moon balls. If that's the case, man, I think it could be a really special year for Neighbors. I really do, because Neighbors can get deep. He can beat the doors off the secondary there, the opposition of the secondary, and if Russell Wilson still has it left in the tank and he can get it there, it's going to be a nice little deep threat for them. I'm curious to see what's left underneath. That really hadn't been the Giants' strong suit as of yet. So, and I'm talking about their running game. Usually, their their passing game has kind of been an extension of their run, or their short passing has kind of been an extension of their run. They've been very, and what I mean by that too is just like getting them in the screen games and, you know, a little bit of circles out of the backfield. Usually their short intermediate passing routes don't really hit unless it's neighbors going for like a slant route. But yeah, I got the Commanders at 2, Giants at 3, and then your Cowboys at 4 to finish out the bottom of the East.
Yeah, if you get the Giants into a situation, Wags, where you're in week 10 and you can't pull Russell Wilson because he's been productive enough, and that's where the NFL is so different now, because the way that I really look at this Giants team, because the defense is solid. I have really no question right there that you have a very formidable defense in the National Football Conference. If you could get into a situation where you're winning games, 13-10 or 20-13, if you get in these low scoring affairs to where it's a slugfest, where you're really leaning on the defense and you need a couple of big popping plays from Russell or from Jackson Dart, whoever it's going to be. I think when Dart actually gets into that position where he is at the helm, that's going to open up a lot, but he's not at that point yet, obviously. And I think they're in a really good situation where you have 2 good veteran quarterbacks to where they can nurture this dude and kind of teach him the system and kind of teach him. I say it all the time, teach him how to be a pro, because I think that's a lot of what we see. I think like Saturday, Arch wasn't ready to be a pro, because that's what college football is. He wasn't ready yet, wasn't ready for that moment we were talking about. If Russell Wilson can take this team, sustain him, you get to week 10, and Wags, if this team has 2 or 3 losses, I'm not pulling Russell out, because he's managing this team right.
It depends on how you lose too, right? Like
yeah. If you play,
like how you lose goes a long way as well.
That one,
if you're not competing, you got to make a move.
That one stretch that they have, there's one stretch for the Giants where they play Philadelphia like twice in 3 weeks, and that's that to me is where you really get to that's going to be the part of the schedule towards like, okay, if you get destroyed by Philadelphia twice, I think that's when Jackson Dart comes in, because you've gotten to a point of the season to where you're far enough along. And
what if you're even though you get destroyed by Philadelphia twice and you're still making a move or a surprising push for the playoffs, do you pull Russell Wilson?
Well, if that's your 2 losses,
I mean, we're talking about a crazy hypothetical.
Oh yeah, it's very hypothetical. If you lose, that's where it's like a double-edged sword, because if that's your 2 losses, your only 2 losses, it kind of sucks, because it's to division, a division opponent.
Double hit, yeah.
Which kind of is probably going to eliminate you from at least the division title. But I really think that when I talked about the Philadelphia coming back and the Commanders kind of getting old and the Giants on the come up and the Cowboys on the whatever, this could be where you get a clump of these teams for a wild card. Maybe Dallas and the Redskins, or the Giants and the Commanders, or I just added a team to the division right there with the Redskins. But you get them in a cluster for a wild card spot. Because I think Philadelphia does win the division. I just don't think they're going to do it in the fashion that they did last year, to be honest.
I think they will take a little bit of a step back, but they'll still be, representing the NFC. Mm-hmm. Let's go from the East to the West here. You mentioned the San Francisco 49ers. They lose a big key ingredient, or, a nice component of them with Deebo Samuel. We talked about that, how he went over to Washington. Pearsall will be the guy. Well, he will be the guy that's expected to deliver out of that wide receiver core. They still have some questions and concerns with McCaffrey here. Are the 49ers still the cream of the crop out of that division, or have the Rams, with the surprising hey, we represented last year here, we beat out the rest of the West here, have they emerged as kind of the favorites? They lost Cooper Kupp, but they do pick up an aging, or I should say a veteran wisdomed Devontae Adams here. How do you think that tandem's going to work for Matt Stafford and Devontae Adams, who I think still has, plenty left in the tank? He just, when you're working with do we call him deranged Aaron Rodgers or a distracted Aaron Rodgers? When you're working with a distracted elderly Aaron Rodgers, things probably aren't going to go the way they went the first time around as they are going to go the second time around.
I think I was ready to close the window on the 49ers, and somehow with the emergence of Pearsall and Brock Purdy's gotten paid again, defense here, that I think that's going to be the recurring theme that we talk about right here. That there's a lot of defense that is really good enough to keep teams in contention. I'm sorry, Wags. The Cardinals are a team that where you go out and you add sweat.
Cardinals. Okay.
Cardinals. And here's the thing that I was looking at, and this is where it's going to be. The Cardinals could be very deceptive as the season starts. Here's their first 6 games: Saints, Panthers, 49ers, Seahawks, Titans, and Colts. This could be a 6-0 team. So maybe you lose one in there. You go to San Francisco, but you get the Seahawks at home, and of course the Seahawks are in this division as well, and you've got a new quarterback there as well, waiting in the wings. I really think that the Cardinals may be in a position to be able to try to put something together right here, Wags, if they can get a big enough lead in the division to start out. I'm saying this is going to be the shocking team for me this year. Not what the Commanders did, not quite that, but I mean, I think it's time for Kyler Murray. You got a damn good running back there. You have a very underrated running back behind you that doesn't get a lot of the love that he should in James Conner, who I drafted last night, by the way. So I'm all over him.
Hey, there you go.
But I really think that the Cardinals, that red and white, may be a little sneaky, my man. And they're in that very gettable West, because the Rams, if Matt Stafford goes down, and he's cleared for Sunday, but if Matthew Stafford goes down, you're in a whole heap of shit, because that's your guy. That's your guy right there. So I don't know, man. Watch the Cardinals. Sneaky
Cardinals. I actually like the Rams. I think the Rams are going to represent there out of the West. Seattle, well, big question mark with Sam Darnold here, right? Yeah. Like, I mean, can he pick up or where he left off?
Duplicate what he did.
You got to expect a little bit of a drop off, right? He also lost probably, the biggest weapon for Seattle with DK Metcalf as well, right? So there's a lot of question marks for Sam Darnold in Seattle there. I don't think I can give them the nod as the representative of the West. I like what I know. I like going with what I know, and I know the Rams have a decent defense, or a young, vibrant defense that's actually emerging as a contender for champions. And then also they have an offense that can deliver. All right, with a young Puka Nacua and a wily veteran with Devontae Adams, they can deliver, man. I like what the Rams got in camp. I think the Rams represent the West. Where you want to go? To the North. How about to the North? And then we'll go down south here.
Man,
NFC North. And then we'll get back. I see your all's comments down there. Wayne, we'll address some things. I got some stats that we can pull up to. I think it was an absolute anomaly on Saturday, and we can talk about that in just a little bit. We were very Longhorn, Ohio State heavy the past 2 days, so we wanted to take a little bit of a break and reprieve and just get some NFL talk in, because we have the season kickoff coming up on Thursday, and we haven't given you guys our takes on the NFL yet. So we just kind of wanted to roll the NFC out, or at least preview a little bit of what's going to happen on Thursday, so we can catch up with the rest of you guys on Friday.
Who's this Arch person they're talking about? I don't know who Arch is.
I don't know Art. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Ain't that thing in St. Louis that goes like this?
The St. Louis Arch, I'm not sure. But yeah, let's go to the North. Your thoughts on the NFC North and representation there?
It's same thing. This is going to be so. This is what I'm not going to sit here and question Wags if Matt Campbell is a great football coach, because I think he is. I'd love to play for that dude, because he's the kind of guy that we like. He's a player's coach. He's done this shit, and he comes up with different whatevers.
Dan Campbell.
I'm sorry. So Dan Campbell. But I think this is going to be his big test, because you don't have folks that want Sarkisian to go get an offensive coordinator. Well, the great offensive coordinator's gone, and he's coaching in your division. Your tremendous defensive coordinator, in my opinion, has the Jets in a decent spot for the first time in a long time. And the Packers, when you go out and you get Micah Parsons, who may not play this week, I think the Cowboys injected him with the COVID vaccine before he left, because he's now suddenly hurt again. But
I thought I was a conspiracist, not you.
No, dude, I'm right there with you. This is going to be, and then the Bears. Talk about it. Caleb Williams. I mean, Caleb Williams, you're on the clock right here, dude. This is it's time to prove yourself, because you've got the quarterback guru there with you. No excuses anymore. Everything should be fixed. And then the Vikings, JJ McCarthy. What do you? This is so intriguing to me as a North, Wags. But I think I'm going with the Packers. I'm going with the Packers because Jordan Love. I mean, look, come on, hook him, baby. He's got Matthew Golden. So I think that's
I mean, it's hard to think that, you know, a rookie can deliver that much or, you know, put that much championship contention in a rookie's hands. But no, that's what we tend to do here around Texas. we tend to make everything, you know, happen with one snap or, you know, one drop back to win the Heisman.
Wags, if Matthew Golden would have been drafted by the Packers from Oklahoma, I'd say big fucking deal. It's just a wide receiver. It's just a dude that can run fast and catch balls.
But since he's got the Texas brand and Texas logo on him, he's going to be the next Bolitnikov. No, I got you.
They're probably going to win the Super Bowl. No,
I understand. I'm big on the Packers too. I think the Bears, though, in the offseason, adding, you know, Thuney and who's the other lineman that they had? I want to say let me look it up real quick.
Oh, but Parsons has mono. I mean, that's not verified. Come on.
Dahlman. They added Dahlman as well. So they added 2 all-pro, you know, linemen to help, you know, kind of solidify their you know, their protection for Caleb there. And then also, you know, their defense is pretty nasty too. We've already mentioned that. Bears usually have a pretty decent defense. I think they're taking steps in the right direction there, especially you know, just trying to get the pieces and trying to get the tools and protection around Caleb. My question will be, you know, can they defend or can they keep Detroit out of the end zone, right? And usually with Detroit's and Detroit's known for their, you know, passing attack, but now with the 2 ground and pound guys that they have as well. So I think that's just a well-balanced offense. The thing that can give you a little bit of pause on Detroit is both, you know, losing both their offense and defense coordinators are going to set them back just a little bit. You'd have to think so. Just finding, you know, new theories or new philosophies or approaches to their offense and defense. That being said, I think just because Green Bay was on the cusp of, you know, contention and representing in the playoffs there last year, I think I have to go with that, especially with the advents of Golden, like you said, on offense there. But also, I mean, how can you not like what they get with Micah Parsons? Even though Micah Parsons might not be playing week 1, I think that he brings just a nasty dynamic to anybody's defense, right? They've gone from I think they might have been 7th in defense last year in the NFC. I'll have to double check on that, but they've taken at least a leap into the top 5, I think, with just one player with Micah Parsons. I'm not trying to go crazy hot take there, but that's how much of an impact Micah Parsons can make.
Yeah, and when you think about the North, I mean, just look at
pass rush, dude. They're going to be up in sacks. So.
Absolutely, and I think that's key for Detroit because Detroit did a hell of a job last year because that was a mash unit for them. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson is
right. Back. When did he get? He got hurt like week 5 or something.
Yeah, like week 7 or 8. I mean, so that dude's back, and everything that I've seen, he's going to be at full tilt. So just think about that right there. When you want to talk about massive pass rushers and run stoppers, because they both can do that, you've got Micah Parsons and Aiden Hutchinson that are going to play each other at least twice during the regular season. So that matchup right there. But I think for Jordan Love, you know, we talk about Golden coming in and so forth, but I think the underrated kind of underlier right there is Josh Jacobs, because that dude can absolutely pound the football. I mean, it was last year when you talked about all the moves. You know, they lost their running back going to division rival with Minnesota.
Yeah, but I think with Jacobs they got better with Jacobs.
I think so too. Yeah, it's like, okay, see ya, go to Minnesota.
Jacobs wouldn't utilize that much in Oakland.
No, not at all.
Vegas now, but as a Raider, he wasn't utilized that much. He was kind of underutilized. So
to me, that's kind of the funny thing right now, where all the Raider fans are excited because, like, okay, we finally got our running back. We've got Ashton Genty. That's been the missing piece. I'm like, you had the piece and you let him get away. Yeah, you know, not that Josh Jacobs is better than Ashton Genty. That's not the debate right now, but you let that dude get away. I just think that Green Bay's the more solid team, and again, Detroit, Philadelphia, these teams. Maybe the Rams are going to take a step back. And then you have the Bears. I mean, it's hard to – there's a lot of potential in the Bears. And with that Ben Johnson, not our coach Ben Johnson, taking over at the helm right there, you have to think that offense should get better, right?
No, I would think so too, especially like with the key cogs that I mentioned on the offense there, right? They're adding the protection and bolstering up a little bit. All right, so we're going to address these comments there. on your all screen. I'll zoom this in for you guys too. Where's the plus? There we go. Let's bring this up a little bit. So you guys say that Texas sucks. I've seen that in the comments there by Wayne. Arch is overrated. Yeah, Arch might have been overrated, okay, but also Arch played like shit. We absolutely admit that, okay? And he admitted that too. For the decent throws that he made, or maybe looking like a pro quarterback at times with some of the deep balls that he threw, he looked like a JV quarterback at times, being able to, or being so inconsistent with mid to short routes, and then developing the new mechanic with the arm slide, going 3/4 down. That was a new development, a new addition. We have never seen that. His footwork, he looked like his Uncle Peyton, with the whole wild, duck, not being able to plant his feet. That's a new addition. We've never seen that out of Arch Manning before. Usually it's 3-step drop back, plant the feet, and find it. But yeah, so he was maybe a little rattled, but only one play went for negative yards on Saturday from the Longhorns, right? So they had a really decent day. And if you're looking at these stats, it's the one anomaly where stats actually lie. Go up and down. Like, the Longhorns beat the shit out of Ohio State in terms of rushing, 4.5 to 2.6. So you tell me. And then really just, a busted play here, with Tate. I think that was Gilbo maybe, but just a little bit of a busted coverage there. And then, stuffed in the red zone. Sure. I mean, but if you look at these stats and didn't see the score, would you really think that, Ohio State beat Texas? No, nobody would. It's just unable to take advantage of opportune situations, i.e. the red zone. And unfortunately came back to bite us in the ass. But do I think Texas sucks? Not at all. They just went into the Buckeye Stadium and lost by 7. It's unfortunate that they lost, but were they overrated? Yes. But do they suck? No. All right, and that is that. I'm done with the Texas Ohio State game.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. You can look at that stat line, and I have it. I mean, I've got it sitting on my desk where I look at this and I'm still like, okay, how did you lose? But still, like we said, it was a 7-7 ball game. The defense, it's just going to take a little bit of time. And like I mentioned yesterday, I think I mentioned the day before, and this will be the last time that I mention this until tomorrow, I'm sure. But look, Arch Manning going in against a high caliber defensive coordinator like Matt Patricia. Matt Patricia utilized every weakness, made that dude uncomfortable, brought so many different things at him. You could see it on Arch's face. And I see the concerns about the passing and all that. We talked about that yesterday. When that dude goes back, he's not setting his feet. His release is going to be fucked up.
I think Rob hit the nail on the head, Double R. Like, if he has these struggles or he has these same types of delivery issues against San Jose State, now we have something to be concerned about. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's,
I'm not just saying if we see the trend over the next couple of weeks to where he's falling and getting bad mechanics like that, we have something.
You see a drastically different quarterback in the swamp against Florida, and you're gonna say Double R, doesn't matter. Florida's not Ohio State. That's right. It's not. But that's more of a caliber opponent by that point. You finally get your preseason games out of the way. And this is where I totally shit the bed last week, because I'm like, I'm glad we get
Ohio State's not a preseason game, man.
Yeah, it's like, I'm glad we get Ohio State, because Julian Sands going to be so unprepared. He's not going to be ready. He looked a hell of a lot more ready than Arch.
Well,
but you go back to the stats.
Besides, he connected on a lot of short, medium, and intermediate routes, which I thought was a great play design by Hartline. Yep. But yeah, like they reduced and simplified the game for him to allow him to feel comfortable. And besides that one busted play, I really can't see where he outdueled Arch. He did look better in his deliveries, of course. The fastball, like the zipping at 100 miles an hour at a guy going across the middle on a little drag route that's wide open and it's behind him. You know what I mean? It was just wild. Like, those are things that are just wild.
Yeah, he's just hurrying. I mean, he hurried the pass. He hurried the sneak. I saw the guys pulled it up this morning. I mean, if you look at it, there's a big ass gap to the right.
Yeah, and again, I'm going back to that too, right? You can expect somebody in his ear like, hurry to the line, hurry. because they didn't want to sub. They were trying to keep the same subs in to not allow Ohio State to get their big guys in, right? And in that, he probably didn't take the time to just take a quick breath to look over to the left. He just saw where's probably trusted in Campbell, honestly, and just like, all right, you plow and we're going to go with you. And then, came up stumped. So again, and that's learning, and failure's the best teacher. So, all right, back to the NFC South.
Well, and what Julian's saying, think about this. He made the one play he had to make, the touchdown pass. He made the one play he had to make. He was one play better than Arch. We can say Texas was better all day. We say Ohio State was better all day, whatever. He made the one play he had to make. He made the difference maker in the game.
Which was that play that you think?
The fucking touchdown pass.
I think it was busted coverage.
Regardless.
Okay.
Regardless. He that play happened for him. The play happened for him. I guess
you don't think Arch is. I can't believe you lured me into this fucking conversation. You don't think the throw that Arch made to the corner to Livingstone was just as impressive as Sands' throw?
He didn't make the catch. That's
the touchdown pass.
Oh, the touchdown. No, that's great. That's great. He needed him to catch the second one.
Oh, okay.
So no, I'm just saying he was one play better, regardless of whose fault it was, because the difference was that game. Or was that touchdown? 14-7. Enough of that. Oh, hey, how about Culver B Cave? How about Culver B Cave to get us back to the NFL? Let's travel. So what is that? That's out west. How about Culver B Cave?
Oh, Jake, I thought it was busted coverage by Gilbo there. I maybe if I go back, I didn't see a double move by Tate.
So. It was a good pass. It was a good pass.
But yeah, we'll see it. We'll see it again.
I'm just saying. All right, here we go.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Don't forget, friends, when that storm hits, and I don't mean the storm from the sky, I mean that storm on the ground. If you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, a random situation where you're going to need the services of a personal injury attorney, there's a new lawyer in town, friends, and that's our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in the 512. That car accident, that dog bite, whatever it is, he's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade, and he's ready to go to work for you. And you are going to work with Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Again, I talked about that commercial yesterday. I saw over the weekend where this guy's talking about some law firm that made him all this money, and he's like, if I could just meet, insert the attorney, I'd love to shake his hand and give him a hug. The guy comes out, great to meet you. Well, I don't know how much money that dude got, but he never worked with that guy. That's not the case with Ryan Hurricane Hecht. That's your man. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients. He knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. You don't pay unless you win, friends. That's right. No retainers, none of that jazz. You don't pay unless you win the case. Stop what you're doing. Put this number in your phone right now, 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Austin-based and Texas proud. He's a friend of the show. He's a fighter of the people, and he's a sports fan. Got to be a good dude if it's a sports fan. Anybody that I'm going to have representing me or I'm doing business with, they better damn well be a sports fan, because when I get that phone call, hey, how you doing? Well, I'm kind of depressed about Texas. I'm kind of worried about Dallas on Thursday. Ryan Hurricane Hecht is your man. He'll blow those insurance companies out the door. That's going to be the first call that you get from the big insurance companies wanting to make a deal. No, we're not doing that, Steve Harvey or whatever that guy's name is. Again, 512-938-8929. Put that number in your cell phone right now, just in case. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him you heard about him right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And lastly, got to talk about McCall Custom Homes. 512-633-9580. I'm rocking the McCall Custom Homes lid today. Thank you very much, Mike. Got this out at the Mullet Open, and this is one comfortable cap. I'm sure if Mike comes out and does some work for you, probably give you a cap too. Got a black one too. So good stuff there. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects. You're looking to do something outside. Bucky had a putting green install, so he's working on his putting there. You've got an outdoor space. You want to do something indoors, a living space, a bathroom, a living area. If you got bedrooms like Tracy and I here, we have 2 bedrooms that the girls are gone at some point. We want to renovate those into, real guest areas. We're going to make one call, and that's going to be to our man, Mike McCall of McCall Custom Homes. 512-633-9580, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the website, and remember, 40 years and family proud right here in the Austin area. We build value into your home.
Did you hear that?
Negative.
All right. We got the trash. Can you play AV consultations real quick one more time? If you haven't done so already, I thought we did at the beginning of the show, but I don't think we did now that I'm remembering correctly. Play AV consultations real quick so we can cover up the trash cans coming by. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. AV consultations, 512-255-8678 for over 40 years. Since 1988. Just too many local companies right here because these are people that we do business with. My 3 TV system is set up and ready to go in the AV consultation studio for NFL Red Zone, and you can do that too. College football, you got NFL on Friday. All of that. It may be too late to get that system installed before the weekend. I'm going to have to call Tom and get an update and see what his schedule is looking like because I'm sure it's packed. Let's get you ready for football season with our friends at AV Consultation. It's the kid and
field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. Football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. AVconsultations.com. Get on the phone today and get that system set up, and you'll be high rolling and boss hogging like Wags and BK and Chip and Bucky and myself. AVconsultations.com.
The slowest garbage truck ever. And also, be completely transparent. My dog she's in her elderly stages, right? You can see that Rocky's behind me now and not Bianca. We've been leaving Bianca downstairs with the door open so that she can kind of walk out and pee at her leisure. You know what I mean? So it's when she can't go an hour, right? If I'm on air and broadcasting, I can't be paying attention to her. Sometimes, man, she's just got to go, and she ain't waiting for anybody to open up the damn door. So if the door ain't open, she's going to piss right there on the floor. We ain't having that, man. I can't have it in the house. Got to leave the door open. So just wanted to go out and make sure she was good to go, buddy.
Got to take care of the puppos, my man.
They come first. They do. They come before my kids. So
everything. They are always first. Speaking of the Friday game, and this is probably more for Steven Delgado. It's probably the only one that's going to be why haven't you mentioned this?
You talking about Chiefs Chargers?
No, yeah. That's what Rob is talking about when I mentioned the Friday game. But I do want to mention, because people do ask every now and then about high school. Did you see what Dripping Springs did to Vandergrift last Friday night?
No.
State champion Vandergrift Vipers go to Drip, and they get beat 41-14 by the Dripping Springs.
Did Coach Sanders not reload? What happened there?
Man, I thought
that's an anomaly. That doesn't happen.
I thought they were good to go.
Dripping Springs no slouch either. Usually they're a high-powered offense, are they not?
Absolutely. 25.
But Vandergrift is known for their defense. Vandergrift's known for not letting people score.
25 6A and 26
they got 41 points.
That's an ass whooping. But
I'm not even shocked of the loss. I'm shocked of how many points.
The way it happened. Yeah.
I understand that's two unstoppable. What's the thing that Rod Babers always says? When an unstoppable force hits irremovable object or immovable object or something like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened right there, man. But
that's
a
couple of
the
teams,
juggernaut of that offense coming alive.
Yeah, that's a couple of teams where they start the season playing each other, and they usually have some pretty classic games. I mean, and Drip has got the best of them, I think, once or twice, but not like that. I mean, think about this. I mean, it's always like Westlake, Lake Travis, whatever. Dripping Springs is there. I mean, Dripping Springs. And I'd love to see Drip.
I'm not gonna give that nod just yet. God, all right, like that's one hell. You're talking about the top of the pantheon in terms of high school 6A football there with Westlake. I don't know if I can give that nod to Drip just yet, man. That's
go get him, Drip.
That's elite status. Yeah, I'm cheering for you, but that's elite status right there.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, back to where were we? The south, the north? No, we did the north.
We did the north. We're on to the south there, and it's led by Spencer Rattler and those Olin Saints, amigo. Who's your pick for the south here? Who's representing for the south?
The south.
It's gotta. I mean, we're not crazy. We are crazy, but we're not that dumb and crazy. It's gotta be the Bucks, right?
It has to be. I mean,
Bucks.
It.
Especially with the surprise that they got out of Bucky Irvin, last year being a solidified, bull of a back. I mean, the dude was a stud at Oregon, right? So you'd like to think a chip, a chair, and a prayer if you needed somebody in fantasy football and you took him, you found yourself the crown jewel because he just came to life in fantasy terms and then also was able to deliver in real football, real term football, if you will. Bucky Irvin's a great find there. And also, they go as far as Baker takes him. And you guys know me, man. Like I'm big on Baker. Baker's a winner, and he just finds that way. It might not be pretty, it might not be sexy, but Baker finds a way to get it done, and he's going to let you hear about it.
I've got some friends. I've got some friends over in the NASCAR circles over in North Carolina that are trying really hard to convince me that Bryce Young and Chuba Hubbard and Carolina can make a little bit of noise. And I think they're going to be better. It seems like, and I'm so happy for Bryce Young because remember they were ready to cart that dude out the door. Yeah. He was going to be a bust. And he found a way to kind of have the
we were all trying to label him as the next Trey Lance and some shit.
Yeah, exactly. And he answered right there. And they're putting some pieces around him. But I love the comment right there because, I mean, you look at this and this should not even be a discussion. We should be saying, Atlanta Falcons in the South are going to win this. But they can't get their shit in one sock, it seems like, with Atlanta. So, I don't know, man. I think it's one of those things. Somebody's got to come out and beat Tampa Bay. And Tampa Bay is this may be another division wags where it's like 8 losses for the division champion and they get in,
I'm sorry, I just missed that completely, man. I saw Christopher Foot's comment about the Arch Deluxe, and it just sent me down a memory lane. Like, do you remember the Arch Deluxe sandwich?
From McDonald's?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Man, it was awesome. I think there's a sandwich that kind of tastes like that out there now somewhere, but I can't remember or I don't know where it's at. But the Arch Deluxe had it had bacon on it. It had some type of special seasoning as well with the sauce. It had lettuce, tomato. It was the bun was a kosher or not kosher or damn it, I can't think of the
sourdough.
No, it wasn't a sourdough bun. I can't think of the damn bun, what it's called. But it was toasted too. It was fantastic. But the sauce is what makes it, right? The sauce is always what makes a sandwich usually, right? The special sauce or the secret sauce. But the seasoning that was on the burger too. I think it was a double stack burger as well, if I'm not mistaken. But the Arch Deluxe, yeah, man, it was fantastic.
Do you like your hamburger buns toasted?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I know.
Do I like them untoasted? Yes. I like hamburger buns, man.
That's why I like going to like county fairs and shit.
I prefer them toasted. I prefer my hot dog buns toasted too, man.
I'm with you. Yeah, that's why it's been fun for me with these work things that I've been doing, these county fairs and rodeos and all these different things, because I always try to get a hamburger while I'm there, and they always toast the bun. They're like, "You want us to toast the bun?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I want you to toast the bun," And they're like, "Well, no, some people don't." I'm like, "Yeah, no." And don't give me a hamburger without buns. I'm trying to be more healthy.
My wife does that shit.
You want a bunless?
She tries
a bunless hamburger.
She makes the lettuce. She makes the lettuce her bun.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
You want a bunless
You don't
hamburger?
even need to do that. You need to eat the damn bread, girl. Come on.
Yeah, it's like a bunless hamburger. If there's a bunless hamburger, ain't no hamburger. That's a meat patty.
How you feel about Atlanta?
Well, I mean, when you look at their depth chart, and it's got Michael Penix Jr., Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Darnell Mooney, Ray McLeod, and Kyle Pitts.
Should be good, right?
It should be really, really good. But
should be good.
And Kyle Pitts, dude, come on. Finally, come on, dude. Join that elite.
The year. It's like that meme where they always go to that spot in Inception, the movie Inception, where Cobb goes to his client and he's just like, if I do this, I need a guarantee that you can deliver. And he goes, I can't, but I will. You know what I mean? That's what it's like taking Pitts. It's just like, it's Pitts going to deliver for me this year. I need a guarantee if I'm going to draft you. I can't, but I will deliver for you. That's what Pitts is saying to all you fantasy owners out there.
And you know,
man, we need to bring back the Wagner Wire for a Friday edition, all right? Or maybe a Thursday. Maybe we bring it back for a Thursday edition just for the Thursday kickoff there, right? And then, of course, any questions or whatever, just, for like a 5-minute stint or whatever, you got questions or whatever, just ask them, let them fly, and we'll get them out there, man.
And I think these guys with the 3-4 defense and so forth, that's kind of got Leonard Floyd is kind of the name that jumps out for me with them. But
this guy Lee Castlerock with the names, bro.
Oh my God, it's like I mean, I totally get being healthy and all of that, but it's like it's like when
you don't think that was a sexual.
Oh, well, of course. I'm sure.
Sexual,
I'm sure it was, but it's like the folks when it's like I want a healthy enchilada. What good does it do to have?
Is there a healthy enchilada, or would it even taste good?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I will tell you, I had those bean burger things that I was talking about, those healthy burgers, and they're good. I mean they're good and they're good for you, but it's like some of these things that they try to turn into a health food. I'm like, it kind of takes the fun out of having a hamburger. It kind of takes the fun out of having a hot dog. It takes the fun out of having nachos if it's healthy. I want to put shit in my body that's bad for me.
Yeah, if I'm gonna have nachos too, I'm gonna have like brisket on the nachos, like some carne and green chilies, all kinds of cheese on there. Yeah, I don't know. Like I like unhealthy stuff, man. You know what I mean? Like we got 70 good years regardless of how we eat. You know what I mean? And after that, it's whatever you did. You're paying for your time, right? So whatever.
The wife came home.
Let me enjoy life, damn it. We're just gonna enjoy life, Doc. Okay.
The wife came home. We were gonna do a crock pot thing the next day. And
chili. Does chili go in your crock pot?
I think it was chili is what we were doing that day. And she's like, here's what we're gonna put in there. And I'm looking at it, and it's like a meatless meat that looks like meat. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I don't mean to be dropping the F-bomb so much, but food. It's like, I got some ground beef frozen out there. I'm going to go get that. That's what we're putting in there. We're not putting meatless meat. I mean, if I'm going to try to eat better meat, I'll eat grass-fed meat. But I'm not eating meatless meat. What?
So last year was the year that I drew the straw. I took another chip chair and a prayer on Pitts in round 5.
Yep.
And he didn't deliver. I saw him going in rounds, up to 3, up to like, as high as round 3, right? And so I was like, all right, he's at 5. Why not take the shot on him? And it was at the end of round 5 too. It was pick 12 of round 5. So I'm just like, well, shit, it's basically round 6. So I took a flyer on Pitts, dog shit, nothing. I've sworn him off. I don't care how promising or the hype can be. I'm with you, Jake. 10 years from now, people are still going to be swearing and preaching, to the sky, saying that he's going to deliver, and they're going to be let down.
Yeah, it's just nothing there. And I think for the Buccaneers, I guess the question's going to be, with Chris Godwin. That's
a good return. I think he's up there in wheels, right? But I think that's a good return.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, I mean, if you really go in there and look at this, they've still got Sterling Shepard is on this team too. So,
Buddy,
that's kind of
you're still going to get 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns with Mike Evans.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if it's going to be 10 touchdowns, but it's still going to be 1,000 yards.
Yeah. Death, taxes, and Mike Evans getting 1,000
yards.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Defense is sturdy enough. I mean, it really should on paper. It should be Atlanta, but Atlanta just, and I think at some point, Kirk Cousins is still on that team. I think at some point, Kirk Cousins reemerges in this offense. I don't know if it's Michael Penix.
Good call. I mean, that is, the sheriff. He ain't even the sheriff. You know what I mean? But here's my question.
He's the constable. He's the constable.
Does Constable Cousins want to come back? Like, I think Constable Cousins is comfortable. Or let's call him Comfortable Constable Cousins. All right, Triple C. Okay.
Yeah. It's like
he is comfortable. He is laying on a bed of money, buddy.
I'm perfectly
he is
fine doing this.
He is okay.
I over there, just like, oh yeah, have a headset on. It's like, and that's the thing, where it's going to be like, Constable, and he's going to be like, shit, I got to go in.
Now I gotta earn my millions.
Yeah, I think at some point you're going to need him. I think at some point you're going to need him. And he'll probably answer the call and just add yet another chapter. And he's smart. I mean, he's just hanging out. And it's like, I love where it's like, so-and-so should make a deal for Kirk Cousins.
So in that situation, is the backup quarterback still the fan favorite?
It's hard to not like that dude, right?
In that situation, since you know that it didn't work out and you already gave that guy the money, is he still is the backup quarterback the favorite guy out of the whole fan base?
I mean, I think it has
to be. And the Atlanta organization.
And you have to think too that if Michael Penis Jr. comes out of the gate stumbling or something, there's going to be some calls for, hey, Arthur Blank, let's put that dude in there. We're paying him a lot of money. Get him in there. I mean, maybe he can do something with Drake London. I mean, obviously he can't make Kyle Pitts be what Kyle Pitts.
And that's the thing too. Like all these dudes, Rodney, that you're mentioning they feel like they should be able to deliver or find separation.
Massive offense. How can you go through that list of people on that depth chart and you're like, but you're mediocre? What? It just doesn't make any sense.
You're only getting 7 yards per reception. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Bajan, I mean, that dude.
And you want to talk about wasting the best years of a young a dynamic running back's career.
God. Imagine
pull up the tape on that one.
Imagine Bajan like on the Commanders or the Ravens.
This is a nightmare. As
Detroit.
A matter of fact, this is a nightmare. Imagine Bajan Robinson in Philadelphia.
Oh God,
that is that's disgusting. That's sick. That's absolutely sick.
That's way scary.
And you can bet your sweet ass that when it's time to trade Saquon, you don't think that thoughts come up. All right, we got one of the best running backs now. How do we get the next up and coming best running back?
Heir apparent.
But yeah, the heir apparent to me, passing of the torch, basically almost the same type of style back is Bajan Robinson.
And I think
if you want to compare a running back to Saquon Barkley, the only one that I can kind of think of right now, right, is that can do the same type of moves and the same type of running style with him, is Bajan Robinson.
Yeah, because that dude's on a rookie contract still, isn't he?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Man, when he comes due, and
that's just it too. Maybe it's by design so that he can't have enough tape or leverage to say, hey, here's what I've done. It's a sick world and the shitty way of thinking, but maybe they're trying to keep him down so that the next paycheck isn't that bad or the next contract isn't that bad and they can keep him there for longevity. I mean, and then, they unleash, I don't know, like my mind goes everywhere, when I sit here and can't fall asleep at night. So
somebody's going to pay that dude. I mean, it's going to take a lot of Home Depot money to keep him in Atlanta, especially with
and especially if he's not, but see, that's just it too. Cause you tarnish your relationship, right?
Yeah.
If you don't allow somebody to eat or be at, their optimal level or their high performing ways, then they're not going to have a good relationship with the coach, and they're going to want to get the hell out of there and find some place where they can be productive.
Yep. The free bird will fly away. I don't know, man.
Jordan, what's up, amigo?
What up?
Talking a little bit of a fantasy realm here. You know, actually a nightmare. It's a nightmare scenario.
We were having fantasy.
John Robinson was ever to find himself in Philadelphia. That could be tumultuous for the rest of the NFL.
Yeah. Y'all seen the Kawhi Leonard stuff?
No, what happened?
Yep.
What happened?
Kind of a bombshell, if it's true, which it looks like it is, by Pablo Torre. So people are going to have very mixed opinions and reviews on this. Long story short, Steve Ballmer, who owns the Los Angeles Clippers, and
Microsoft guy, right?
Yeah, he did something in tech. I've seen all over the internet. Apparently, he has more money than any other owner. He's the richest owner in the NBA.
He is very wealthy.
Yeah.
All other owners can't make the money that he has.
Correct. Yeah. So he had this idea, this tree company. I don't think it's actually clear what they do, but there are several employees on there. Several LLCs getting money sent to them. One of them is KL2 Aspire LLC, which is owned by Kawhi Leonard. And I believe it has paid him $28 million, like $7 million a year for the last 4 years, something like that. So they're basically circumventing the salary cap rules,
right,
and going and doing their own thing. So it will be fascinating to see what the penalty is here, and also like
how many is it? Just Leonard that they found with this?
Yeah,
he's got to be doing it with other players.
As far as I know, that's the only one. I mean, he is their biggest contract on that team.
Yeah, he signed like this. I think it's like a $30 million deal. Didn't have to show up. I mean, it was like a no-show job with a tree company that didn't exist. Sheesh.
Yeah. So, but I mean, the whole thing's crazy. Like, I mean, I'm gonna talk more about it with Eric, but you want to guess how many games Kawhi Leonard has missed since he joined the team in 2019?
I couldn't even.
110. 100 over 2 seasons worth.
329.
Holy shit! I was outrageous with it. Are you kidding me?
The Clippers
that cannot be true. That is a misprint.
Clippers have played 527 games since 522 games since 2019. He has missed 63% of the games the Clippers have played since signing in 2019.
Damn. I thought I was absolutely outrageous with a guess of over 100. That is insane.
I mean, he missed an entire season.
Right. So that's what I was, but I'm like, outside of that, like what, maybe a handful here and there, but holy shit, 300?
Dude, he's missed 63% of their games and is their highest paid player and has been since 2019.
How does Ballmer sign off on that? Like how does he want to bring him back? Or is it worth getting your franchise penalized? And what draft picks at least are going to be coming out of it? Like they're going to lose draft picks, they're going to lose futures.
They have to. And I mean, Silver, the commish, is less I don't know how to say this. Like,
he's not.
He doesn't bring the hammer down like Stern does,
right?
You know,
but he's still like adamant with his punishments, though.
I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the whole thing blows my mind. Like the funniest part, people are like, "Oh, Kawhi already has a job he gets paid to not show up to. Like, why does he need to?"
No shit.
And that's what made me look up how many games he's missed and do the math on a percentage and stuff. But yeah, super Kawhi Leonard. It's also funny because he's eventually going to have to talk about this in a press conference, and it'll be the most he's like ever talked in his career because he hates talking.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So.
He's a cool guy.
Yeah. But,
baby, rolling that blunt, baby.
Yeah,
it's
so
gonna be different. I can't wait to hear this. Yeah, we'll see the fallout.
yeah, and so the Timberwolves did this. I didn't even know about this, but apparently they did this with Joe Smith or tried to, like 20 years ago, however long ago it was.
Hey, where'd Joe Smith come from?
The farm.
Terps, baby, Maryland. Come on, man. Damn.
What are the notable NBA players that come out of Maryland? Wait, time out. Was Len Bias Maryland?
Len Bias, yeah, but I don't know if Len Bias didn't play in the NBA though. But,
well, duh. But was he Maryland or Boston College?
He was Maryland.
He's Maryland. Yeah.
I don't know why. All right.
So
arguably your most famous player of all time died before he even got to the NBA.
Yeah.
I laugh at your comment, not
yeah
at the situation.
So,
any other notable Maryland players?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Really not. Oh yeah, Steve Blake. Steve Blake, baby. Made a career as a backup point guard.
Yeah, this is the name I kept thinking of.
Yeah, Derek Queen. Yeah.
Derek Queen just got drafted. He just got drafted, but I mean, he hadn't. We'll see where it goes. He ain't
Every time I see this name, I think of when he got drafted, and someone on Twitter posted this funny GIF of Zion where his like head's turning, and it said Zion because he just thought the Pelicans drafted Dairy Queen.
Nice.
So, yeah, I don't even know who this is.
Revis Vasquez, the point guard that was in for the Pelicans for a while. I can't say he's good. I'm trying to think of like really good player. Joe Smith's the best one that we really had. Man.
This is like Texas fans being like, "Man, Dexter Pittman, it's our best NBA player of all time."
Dude, go down a list of Maryland basketball players that have been into the NBA. There's some notable ones, I would think.
Let me look this up.
Steve
Guys, I got a meeting.
Later, brother. Rodney. Stevie Franchise might have been the best. He was for the Rockets back in the day, Jordan. Jake pulls him up. But yeah, Stevie Franchise was pretty nasty. I would think
Alex Len.
He's not a good. You said good ones. I'm not.
There's like this list of players that popped up on Google. Players who have played in the NBA, and he's like the first one. Bunch of bums. Like,
man, I'm not saying that they're the greatest. I'm saying that they put some talent in there.
Yeah, they put dudes who get 12 minutes a game and make like $3 million a year, which I wish I did. You know,
same here, man. I wish I got it. I wish I was hooping like that.
Man, the best job in pro sports, like as an athlete, besides backup quarterback behind someone who doesn't get hurt, has to be like James Jones on the Cavs and the Heat towards the end wasn't playing any minutes. And he was this old vet, so it's not like, oh, we're not going to send him to the D League or what's now the G League. But we're not cutting him either because he's a good locker room guy. You know, doesn't do jack shit.
Together, brings camaraderie together.
And I know he earned it or whatever, but yeah, he doesn't do anything. And he's now like the GM of the Suns or some shit. I'm pretty sure.
Is that right?
Yeah, if he hasn't been fired, because the Suns have kind of gone like that as of late. But yeah, there you go. Proverbial glue guy. Udonis
Bradley Beal, baby.
Miami Heat. Pat Riley just has a thing for these players that get paid to do nothing. Like the last 6 years of Haslam's career, he like didn't play at all. Even in like the LeBron era, too, right? He wasn't playing that much with Miami. So I don't know. Yeah, punter's a good one. I will say the best
long snap. What about the long snapper?
Yeah, this is when I have a son. If like by age 12, by middle school, he's not, athletic enough, or where I can look at him and be like, yeah, I can get this kid on as a walk-on somewhere. I'll have enough connections or whatnot. Then guess what, son? Learn to long snap. This is the problem with specialist recruiting. If you don't have money, your kid ain't going anywhere, because it's all about like kickers, punters, long snappers. You have to pay for them to go to these dumbass camps where these people at the camp rate them. And that's literally what we use for our rankings of specialists. And whenever schools recruit kids for certain punters or kickers or long snappers, as far as the scholarship one goes, they only need them every 4 years because you start all 4 years. They're not going to have a backup long snapper or a backup kicker or punter on scholarship. Right. And if they do, usually it's 2 kickers and one does kickoff, the other one does place kicking. But if he can learn to long snap, he can get a scholarship somewhere. Lance St. Louis has started every single game since 2022. Was a member of that 2022 class. Will Stone hasn't really done anything. But to be fair, he was not on scholarship originally. He's either on it now or he's still a walk-on. But, I mean, they can afford the tuition. And then the punter, Jack Baumeister, obviously on Scully. Michael Kern was last year, but is not anymore. So, yeah, and that's kind of the latest for punters. But I don't know. If I see a vision, my kid can go to college for free, snapping a ball through his legs, but no one's allowed to line up in front of him. We're going to do what we can to get him in there.
If I told you that I can take a tire swing and swing it and then take a ball and long snap it through the tire swing, would you believe me?
I'm sorry, say it again. I just got a weird DM.
If I told you that I could take a tire swing and swing it from one side to the other like a pendulum and then took a ball and long snapped it through the tire swing, would you believe me?
Fuck no.
Well, fucking put your money up. I tell people that I got recruited for linebacker and everything. That's true. I played linebacker at Shepherd, but I was really a specialist.
So did I. It's called a road to glory mode.
I was long snapper, but that's how I got my look. So,
where'd you play?
Brunswick, and then Poly, and then Shepherd, like I told you. But again, it was only for like a summer. I didn't even get to play the first series or the first season. Like I flunked out and left.
Vibes. But then what'd you do?
The Marine Corps. That's why we went.
I was about to say. I mean, sometimes there's a little buffer period before getting.
So I always say that I left for the Marine Corps too. The truth is, Coach Urish caught me smoking weed, and then I was on probation. I didn't really get much playing time at all. And like you said, you don't get a scholarship, and if you're going to Division II school, you don't even get a full scholarship. You get a half scholarship. So that was pulled. I couldn't afford to go to school. Great times. Went to the Marine Corps.
Hell yeah! Hey.
But we don't tell my kid about.
Look at us now.
Yeah, we don't tell my kid about that.
Yeah, I mean,
we always say that I was just patriotic and I just left for the Marines. So
yeah, I loved America so much. What year was this?
1999.
Man, it is so crazy to me. Like, I mean, I'm younger, so and we'll bring Eric in because I want to hear his thoughts on this too.
Big E, easy E. Yeah, we've been taking up Eric's time. Eric, if I had a tire swing, do you believe that I could throw a football through it or snap a football through it?
Yeah, well, listen,
my guy, thank you.
I caught.
At least you have faith in me.
Wags, I caught the tail end of that. You went to Shepherd University in
Shepherd College. It's Shepherd College in West Virginia.
But West Virginia, right? Yeah,
West Virginia.
No, a buddy of mine went to, I believe, your guys' rival, Glenville State.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if they're still rivals anymore, but
yeah.
Remember, we had this guy named Damian Bean back in the day, dude. Absolutely filthy, just nasty, man.
No,
leading rusher in the nation. So,
as a fellow former Division II football player who also realized, Jordan has probably heard a ton of these stories. Kids saying they're sleeping on me. I was like, man, FBS sleeping on me. That's why I'm here. Spoiler alert. They were not sleeping on.
Wait, hold the fuck on. Tyson Bagent, preseason star of the Chicago Bears?
Yes. You went to Glenville.
He went to Shepherd.
Went to Shepherd.
What year? I didn't know that.
No. This is
I was about to say, Wax doesn't even know that.
This is recent. This is like last 2-3 years ago.
He was there from 2018 to 2022.
That's probably the biggest name than Damian Bean. Other than that, it was Damian Bean out of Shepherd, but that's probably got to be the biggest name.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of politicians.
But shit, I was only there for I was there for like 4 months. I wasn't there long at all.
Yeah. Hey, your Bean friend isn't even on here. For notable people on the Wikipedia.
And then also, real quick, the long snap before you run, Wags, the long snapping deal. You had a buddy of mine in Tampa who was like you, a defensive end / linebacker, bigger kid, about 6'3", 6'4", about 250. Had size, but was not athletic. And he realized, Jordan, he was like, again, I graduated high school 2010. So we're talking about, late 2000s, 2007, 2008. He got wise to the game quick and was like, yo, I am not getting a scholarship. Like the most I'm going is like D2, D3, but I'm just going to practice long snapping. And he did it this is before, as Jordan referenced, like the in Florida, we have a guy like Brandon Kornblue who runs these camps, right? He's the guy who's like the specialist guy or snapper guy or whatever. This is before all this. He's just like, yo, I'm going in the backyard. I'm just going to snap against my fence and just draw a target there. And sure enough, got a scholarship to USF and snapped for 4 years, got his college paid for, Wags.
Dude, that's odd. So the tire swing was it was up on the tree, right? And usually it was in a standing position. And then I was just like, all right, well, let's, it was going through the, I don't know how many times I was getting it out of 10 times, but I felt confident enough to where I was hitting it when it was on its standstill that I could swing it like a pendulum and do it, right? And I didn't do it like all the time, but there was a time where I snapped the damn ball and it went through the tire as the tire was going. So yeah, I've seen it happen before. I'm not going to say that I can do it every time, but I have done it before in my life.
Yeah. Okay. This is what I was saying. You got kicked out of
99 in Madden for long snapping. Yes. 100%.
You got kicked out of this D2 school because you got caught smoking weed, right?
I didn't even really get kicked out. I just left. Like the scholarship was revoked. You only get a half scholarship.
Still, they pulled your scholarship.
Yeah.
26 years later, an 19-year-old offensive tackle for the Texas Longhorns is driving a car back from 6th. And if you know who I'm talking about. And, hey, officer, had a few drinks, just smoked a blunt. I'm taking these recruits down to the club, right? Gets pulled over, popped for DWI or whatever. And guess what? He suited up versus the Ohio State Buckeyes week 1.
It's weird, man. Look, you're talking about a guy that's also 5'10" and ran what a 4.7 40.
Oh, no, I know what you mean, but I'm just like the society's view of marijuana is just night and day. And even in my lifetime, how much it's changed. Like I remember Colorado and Washington first legalizing it. And then when Denver and Seattle played in the Super Bowl, it's like, oh, it's the first 2 legal teams or whatever. And even then it was like fascinating. But now like none of the pro sports leagues test for it. The NCAA doesn't test for THC.
You could get caught with coke in that situation, I think, and you'd be okay, I would think.
I don't know.
Like, I understand like weed, the classification of weed has come down, but I still think in certain scenarios, like if it's cocaine or if it's something that's very illegal or something bad or a gun.
Dude, the
illegal gun, like illegal guns.
Does anyone, hey, you're talking about your terrapins. Stephon Diggs on video in 4K handing out pink cocaine on a yacht.
Shit goes under the bed or under the table a lot or under the mat a lot, man.
All Vrabel had to do was, we're handling the situation. No suspension from the NFL. Doesn't miss any checks, nothing. Doesn't even get a drug test. And like, I'm not, trust me, I don't have anything wrong with this. He was having a good old time in Miami on a boat, as one does. But like, there's no penalties anymore for any of this shit.
No accountability. That's what we're saying, man.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just thought it was crazy. Oh, Rhett Bomar. Always love those Rhett Bomar stories. But
I don't even know who that is.
This is true.
I see some of these comments too. Absolutely legalize it. Everybody's shit. I would think most people's, lives would have changed if they didn't get hit for weed or didn't get popped for weed. So again, you can't really deny when somebody walks into a room and it's just a waft. And hell, if anybody that's blazed or lit up, you can smell it 3 blocks away. So there's no really denying it. Not even Febreze or throwing it through a spoof with fabric softener is going to hide it back in the day. Man.
Get some dryer sheets in there.
Tried to use.
Get the inside of a roll of toilet paper, some dry
The
sheets.
spoof. You take the toilet paper and then you stuff fabric softener in there or whatever the hell they are, and then you try and blow through it, and it's supposed to consolidate the smoke or conceal the smoke. Nah, you can still smell that shit all through the damn dorms. It's crazy.
Oh yeah. Hey, I was in high school before. I know. Yeah. So Brett Bomar was the Oklahoma quarterback who kind of, I mean, I'm sure they came up with another way to do this, but pre-NIL, when they're paying players under the table, he had a job at Big Red Motors, kind of the Kawhi Leonard setup, where he didn't actually show up or work, if I'm not mistaken, but he got paid like he did because of his name, image, and likeness as the Oklahoma Sooners' starting quarterback. He was the number one QB in the country out of high school. Went to Grand Prairie of all places. So yeah, that's the story on Rhett Bomar, Mr. Wags.
See, and if it was legal, none of that would have happened, my guy.
Man, think about Cam Newton, Johnny Manziel.
No shit. A lot of people, man.
How much they would have made. But
lots of stuff. What's on? Shit, I've bogarted a lot of you all the time, man. We're already half hour into it. What's on the slate, gents? What's up?
Want to hear Eric's thoughts on this Kawhi Leonard stuff. Talk a little Texas football, some recruiting, all that. But sorry, I just saw Rodney's comment. Wags does. That's what kind of person does that.
Hey, man, it was 1999, dude. So
yeah. Imagine Wags minus 26 years of knowledge.
Me, Ken Roby. I mean, there's a reason why I had to go to the. And sorry to dox you, Ken, if you're watching this. Not that you are. God, I hope you're still alive. All right, boys. I'll see you guys. Be good.
All right, Wags. See ya. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Got a. I need to get on BK to get us another one of these with Eric on it. But a little late today starting, but we got 30 minutes. It'll be an action-packed 30 minutes before getting into Texas football. How about this super Kawhi Leonard report? Getting money for not showing up. He doesn't show up to the Clippers to begin with.
Jordan, my apologies. We were taping the flagship podcast, ran a little long. That was the first thing that came to mind when I saw that story. I'm like, okay, so what's new? Kawhi Leonard gets paid not to show up. Dude, right? Like, first off, let's just call a spade, right? Nothing's going to happen. Clippers would get fined. Ballmer would get fined. Kawhi, nothing's going to happen to him. Players Association won't look into it. And all will be well, right? It's just a funny-ass story more than anything else, especially that it happened to this guy. Jordan, I don't know how big of a hoops guy you are. I know, like, in terms of Texas hoops, if they're good, you'll pay attention. I'm just talking about NBA. But, like, has anyone had a bigger fall off from where they were? Not because, I mean, I guess Kawhi, you can say injury, right, to an extent, but like, dude gets traded to Toronto, makes the NBA Finals, wins an NBA championship. And again, we don't have to spend too long on this, but like, yo, that country, they wanted him. Like, yo, this is you, this is yours now. You brought us a ring. He's like, nah, I'm going back home.
They kicked DeMar DeRozan on the way out.
Exactly. Right?
One inner city LA guy for another inner city LA guy.
And DeMar DeRozan held down Toronto. I mean, like, the Raptors have had a string, weirdly enough, of getting superstars. Vince Carter to Chris Bosh to DeMar DeRozan. Like, they've been blessed with superstars. And Kawhi could have had that whole thing as his. And he's like, no, I'm going back home. And it's just turned into this. Like, I'm not a big legacy talk guy, but I'm like, now you add this whole situation on top of it. He's still a Hall of Famer because, like, they put anybody in the NBA Hall of Fame, to be honest. Like, me and you could dribble basketball, they put us in the NBA Hall of Fame. But, yo, he's just kind of fallen off in my mind.
Yeah. I know when he did it, when he went from the Raptors to the Clippers, he was the only person in NBA history to do that. Maybe Kevin Durant did that. I can't remember what happened his final year with Golden State. But when he left Toronto to go to LA, he was the first player in NBA history to leave the team he just won the NBA Finals and an NBA Finals MVP with.
Right.
To go sign with another franchise. The only player ever. Again, don't know if he's still the only one to do it, but just crazy. And, like, they haven't won jack shit with the Clippers. Since he joined in 2019, you ready? Here's how they've done.
Yep.
Having gone further than the Western Conference Finals, which was the COVID 2020 bubble year, which I have to bring up because everyone's going to give LeBron shit for that ring. It goes both ways. Everyone, that doesn't count. 2019, they lost in the second round. 2020, Western Conference Finals. 2021, missed the playoffs. 2022, lost first round. 2023, lost first round. And 2024, lost first round.
There you have it.
And he's getting paid like $7 million a year under the cap or away from the cap to do nothing. So I don't know. Give us that gig. I can do it just as well. I don't know how many points he scored. Probably somewhere between like 18 and 25, I assume.
Yeah, I would guess Kawhi somewhere around 20, 21, 22,000 points at this point. Because he's been in the league a dozen years.
Yeah. I know, and I don't know if this is still the case, but I remember at one point he was like the only – this is when he was with the Raptors. He was like the only player in the NBA at the time who had more steals than turnovers. So, wow. That's it.
So he's missed he's been that many games. Because Kawhi – and Jake's probably looking at Basketball Reference right now. Kawhi was averaging 24, 25 a game. Like, he wasn't like a 17, 18 point per game scorer, right? So, like, damn, that means he's missed that many games.
The claw. All right.
Hey,
well,
Jordan, one last thing. Again, we ain't got to be super long on this because obviously you got to get to some recruiting. Just random. Who's more of a Hall of Famer in your mind? Kawhi Leonard or Draymond Green? Because I'm heavy into the Draymond Green is not a Hall of Famer position, but that's just me.
God, I hate Draymond.
Same.
Always have.
Same.
My thought process is if that dude got sentenced to being an Orlando Magic. Is that what you'd say?
You can say it that way.
He got sentenced to being an Orlando Magic, right? He's not even in the fucking league anymore. System player, and that's fine. That's fine, but that's what he is. Great defender. Did he deserve those Defensive Player of the Years? But I think Kawhi did. I think the peaks with Kawhi were certainly higher.
Of course.
You could argue the lows have been lower, though. I'm not sure, but I'd go Kawhi over Draymond as far as who the actual better talent was, better player. But, I mean, Draymond is probably going to have the better resume, which I absolutely hate.
If Draymond Green were playing Milwaukee, he'd be just a guy. There'd be no TNT. There'd be no podcast. He'd be a glorified Patrick Beverley.
Man, the thing, too, like, Draymond has never been the best player on a single team he's played on in the NBA. Not a single one.
Not in his life. Not even at Michigan State. Maybe in high school.
I was going to say Michigan State, too, but I don't know who else is on the team. I do know those Dove Kleiman or like Football Greatest Moments Twitter accounts that post the same thing once a month. They'd love that video of him playing at Michigan State in like their spring game or whatever.
Football,
yeah. So I don't know. That's like how the entire world knows he played football or tried to in college. But yeah. All right. Gonna hit on some of these questions, then gonna get on some other stuff. Antoine said, do you guys see this Arch thing continuing to be a media frenzy like Shadur and Bronny?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump the gun.
No, you're good.
As someone who's there every day, yes. Unfortunately, I mean, Antoine, I tweeted out a picture of Arch's scrum, and this is just the local guys, right? And it's local guys and Dave Wilson from ESPN. It was 25, 30 deep to the point where I'm like, Chip, go in there. I'm not even going to go because to let people on the inside, usually they'll try to bring multiple players at once. And we'd gotten the note from Tech, or not a note, but like they announced it in the room, like, hey, we're going to have some guys spread out. If everyone's there at Arch and they run around and bring Anthony Hill, I'm like, all right, I can't get out of the scrum if I'm the first person there. So I'm like, Chip, you go in and I'll just hang back and tweet out stuff. Yeah, it's going to be this way every day for the next 2 years. So get used to it.
Yeah. Hey, Meanwhile, I'm working at home in pajamas covering high schoolers, so pick your poison. Do they not send transcripts for the player press conferences?
No. They don't send transcripts for Steve Sarkisian. Is it what you're talking about on Mondays?
I'm talking about it at all.
Mondays, you didn't get any transcripts of anybody. Saturdays, I do not believe Texas sends out a transcript of anything. They'll just do select quotes. They'll do select quotes from Steve and maybe like a select quote or two from quarterback and the best defensive player. But no, the only time I've ever gotten transcripts, Jordan, at least covering Texas, has been for SEC title game and, of course, playoff games. I do know other schools will send out more elongated transcripts. Like I think Ohio State sent out a transcript for Ryan Day and company last week.
It's so stupid. That is so dumb. Like, even the Cowboys, I mean, of course they do. It's Jarrah. He knows media. They send out transcripts later that day. But since the beat's all there and they want it, and it's usually like a 40-minute press conference of Jerry just rambling, they split it up where it's like, all right, you have the first 10 minutes, I have the second 10 minutes, third 10 minutes, and fourth 10 minutes. And then they share it with each other. But the way the Texas beat is, I don't think that could ever happen.
Yeah.
They'd be sharing, parts of audio. But I don't know. It is going to be like that forever as long as he's playing football. And I mean, dude, Peyton Manning has a son who's like in late elementary or early middle school in Denver. That kid is going to be the face of Colorado high school football if he stays there, I guess. I don't know. Maybe a Gunnar Helms Valor Christian gets him in. Or no, he went to Cherry Creek.
Cherry Creek.
Yeah. Valor Christian's where the McCaffreys went. But yeah. Antoine, another NFL legacy kind of said, why is there little to no info about Vince Young's son? Well, he plays at Houston Kincaid, which is a private school that plays taps. And in the state of Texas, to be quite honest with you, no one really cares about taps outside of private school football outlets, which do a great job. But it's just there's not a ton of stuff around it. He did not play varsity last year. He played sub-varsity. I don't know if he's a QB receiver. I couldn't even figure that out this summer. This year, I believe he's on either JV or varsity again. Seen Vince Young post some stuff, but there aren't any stats that exist on the internet. I haven't been able to find social media stuff like that, and I assume it's by design. Like, Vince Young always hated media. To this day, you listen to any Dave Campbell's podcast, at the end they say, hey, Vince Young, your 2000 and 2001 Mr. Texas Football Player of the Year trophy is still here waiting for you to pick it up, because he hasn't picked it up. Unless it's his podcast with Mac Brown or like some huge documentary by ESPN or ABC or someone, he is not doing any media appearances unless he's getting paid. He just doesn't like interviews. He's never been a fan of media stuff. So I assume that's how they're trying to go about his son's recruitment or career, whatever it's called, whatever you want to call it. And if he does turn into like a recruitable prospect, I doubt he's going to post offers. It'll probably be something similar to the Arch Manning recruitment. So that's about all I can say there. I've seen Vince post like videos or photos of him on his Instagram this summer, and some of them looked like he was QB, some looked like he was a receiver. So I don't know. Maybe the mom's also like 5'2", so he's not going to grow more than 5'8", and it is what it is. Who knows? But fun fact. You want to guess what other former pro athlete son is in the 2028 class at Houston Kincaid?
Can I get a sport? You want football?
Basketball. And he might have he probably had a more successful pro career than Vince did.
Tracy McGrady?
No. He's from Houston. I don't know if that'll help.
From Houston. No, Bosch from Dallas. I don't know.
Is it Rashard Lewis?
Rashard Lewis, yeah, from Aleph. How do you say that? Elseek? How do you?
Alef.
There he's, yeah. I'm not from here, dog.
No, you're good. You got to be careful pronouncing Alef. That's not a part of Houston you ever want to be in.
Got you.
Yeah. Like, seriously, one of the worst parts of Houston. My brother's living in Klein, and I'm like, hey, man, you don't go here and you don't go to Spring. Trust me. I'm only there when I have to go see kids at high schools. But But yeah, Rashard Lewis's son is at Houston Kincaid, and as a freshman last year was on varsity basketball, baseball, and football. So Rashard Lewis Jr. is one to watch out for. When I saw his name on the Houston Kincaid rosters, when I'm just being a sicko trying to find stuff on Vince Young's son, I'm like, wait, hold on. That ain't – that's not actually Rashard Lewis's son. And I do some digging, figure out that is his son. So there you go. What sport will he play? Who knows? Probably basketball, though. Antoine said Will Hammond might start. Where's Texas with current huddle guy Jaden Fields? Will Hammond's not going to start as long as Baron Morton's healthy. I'd love to see it. I think he's going to reach a higher ceiling at Tech than Baron Morton will, but I mean, hey, I'm not making decisions over there or else things look like a lot different. Jaden Fields, as far as he goes at Hutto, he's a 2027 athlete. We haven't ranked him yet, but I think, could or should be a top 247 kid eventually. Corner, receiver, safety, whatever you want him at, he'll play it. Some schools have offered him receiver specifically, some safety specifically. Some have said you're an athlete and we'll figure this shit out later. That's what Texas A&M and Oklahoma have done. They both have offered him as an athlete, and they both offered him the same week that he camped at Texas, who did not offer him. So with Texas, they probably have until next spring, realistically, I'd say, before it would get into like shove it territory if they were to try to offer him. That's just kind of how it is with these local kids. Like, they're getting big out-of-state offers from blue blood programs, and Texas isn't really giving them the time of day or appearing to. Like, eventually there's a certain point where it's too late in the process for Texas to come in and go, hey, we're Texas. Like with Miami Riley, they were very close to the end. If they offered him in June or July, he's telling them to shove it and is sticking with Houston. Because that's basically what happened with Latrell McCutcheon and Drew Makuba under Tom Herman. They took forever to recruit those kids and didn't offer them until they had every offer in the country. When they went to LBJ, which is like a 10-minute drive from UT's campus. So the good thing with Fields, both his parents went to UT and are a big UT fancy group going to games. But again, like, if these big schools are recruiting him and telling him he's all this and that and that they love him, he's high on their board like he is, and he's not hearing anything from Texas, you can understand, why he wouldn't have much interest in the Longhorns. But yeah, what other stuff do we have here? Yeah, well, it's Dove climbing, my friend. Vince on Dan Patrick this week, probably a paid interview, or he's trying to hype up the Stampede podcast with Mac Brown, who, what a great title. Where'd they get that from? But
and Dan Patrick's high profile enough to where, like, even if he didn't pay, like, I feel like, and you would know better than I, right? Like, I'm not claiming to know Vince Young's deal with media, but I feel like Dan Patrick's high profile enough to where it's like, give us 7 minutes, dude. Like, it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It makes sense. You are right. He is big enough. Antoine said I'm tracking that 4 true freshmen saw action: McCutcheon, Townsend, Littleton, and Lance Jackson. I thought Bo Barnes would make kickoff unit over the Landor guy. Landor just got put on scholarship after being a 3 or 4 year walk on. I mean, it's not a huge deal. Like, yes, they're obviously playing Ohio State and Columbus, but it's kick coverage. You're going to give a guy that's been busting his ass and practicing that exact position on kick coverage for 4 or 5 years over Bo Barnes, who is probably bigger, faster, and stronger than him. But you need guys to trust their assignments and actually accomplish the assignments or whatnot in a game like that. So that's probably what that came down to. This is
Jordan, can I ask you something? And real quick, do you want to address Antoine's question? Because I have something on that, but it's different.
Oh, yeah, you go ahead. I don't really have much to say on this.
Okay. The thing that I wanted your perspective on, and I'm actually glad Antoine brought it up because I forgot to ask you, what level of high school football did Arch Manning play against, right? Because Ryan Clark, the only part of that tweet that I'll give, there are 2 parts. One, people need to just slow down, right? I thought the rest of the tweet was just, why are you, he's not a generational talent, bro. It's been 3 games. Like, what are we doing? Like, Ryan Clark was someone who went undrafted. If you went 3 games into his college career, I'm sure there are plenty of people who'd be like, yo, this dude's not going to play in the league, right? He goes on to play a dozen years. So that annoyed me. But Ryan Clark is equipped being from Louisiana, to assess Louisiana high school football talent. And I want to ask you that, because he basically said that he didn't play against big time talent at I'm always forget the name of that school, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so I like Ryan Clark. I think he does a good job, but he also like once a month or once every 2 months says some dumb shit that he has to apologize on the timeline for. So that's kind of where I think that's my first thought when I hear Ryan Clark, who went to Archbishop Shaw, which isn't a bad program. I wanted to look up where he went for judging him speaking on this. So Arch went to Newman, private school. In the state of Louisiana, public school education is so low that the large majority of these football players end up at private schools because they can get on scholarship. It's a better education, and that's where better coaches are because of that. So that's St. Aug, Newman, even where he went, Archbishop Shaw. Almost all these are private schools that produce these D1 kids out of the state of Louisiana, or their charters. So Newman, they play at the second lowest classification of private school football in the state of Louisiana. And everyone always brought up, oh, Arch isn't playing anyone, blah, blah, blah. He's playing a bunch of future plumbers or accountants or whatever. Yeah, boo fucking who. Like, does anyone realize, like, yes, 6A in football in Texas is great, but each district kind of stinks. Outside of Lake Travis, Westlake, and Dripping Springs, there are 4A teams, 3A teams that could beat the other teams in Lake Travis and Westlake's district. But back to Newman. Everyone brings up, oh, it's weak competition. No one brought that up when Eli Manning, Cooper Manning, Peyton Manning were getting recruited. You know who else went to Newman that no one ever realizes or brings up? Odell Beckham Jr. Right? Did he struggle with competition? No. And, like, this might sound crazy. Out of all the positions in football, the regular offensive and defensive positions, non-special teams, or whatever, quarterback might, like, seriously mean the least to, or have the least correlation to competition level. Sure, the corners might be slower, but your receivers are also slower. You got to throw dudes open still. You got to be on point. You got to know how to run the system and do it. That's what it is. Sure, you have more God-gifted talent, athleticism, and you're bigger, faster, and stronger than everyone, but you still have to make plays and show it every play on Friday nights, and he did that for 4 years in a row. He started at Newman as a freshman. Cooper, Eli, and Peyton, if I'm not mistaken, didn't start until their sophomore years at Newman. So, I mean, I don't know.
Can I add,
and as far as the Trevor Lawrence and Caleb Williams situation, it is a bit different. But I do see the comparison in the vision. I do see why he said that. But, I mean, hey, Quinn didn't transfer. He went to the NFL, you know? So, a little bit different. Those are my thoughts. I don't know if you have anything you want to say.
I just want to add one quick thing. Again, that's why I want to ask you, because obviously, you know, you're in the recruiting game and can speak to it. I can just speak from as someone who went to both a public and private high school in Florida and is well-versed in Florida high school football. You don't say that about Diabell, and Diabell's at a private school. You don't say that about the kids who come from St. Thomas Aquinas, American heritage. And in terms of quarterback, in my lifetime, and I'm 34, the last 3 players to break the Florida high school state passing record, and I think it's 4. I just can't remember that far back because I was like my dad's era. But Kenny Kelly, who went to Tampa Catholic, my high school, private school. Tim Tebow, we all know his situation, was homeschooled.
Eric, you got to move your screen. It's can only.
Yeah, the problem is I'm using the webcam and it's like it keeps tilting. So now I was just like ahead there for a second. Yeah, but Kenny Kelly went to Tampa Catholic. Tim Tebow, I shouldn't say we all know his situation. So just in case you don't,
I don't know much. So
Tim Tebow was homeschooled, and then just ended up at insert private school. I'm forgetting which one it was up there in St. Augustine right now.
Sorry, he only played for them, or he went to the school so he...
No, he only played for them. He was homeschooled.
This is exactly what Austin Simmons, the Ole Miss quarterback, did for 2 years. He went to high school only for 2 years and skipped 2 grades and reclassed.
So
he was held back 2 years, though, originally. So,
well, it was made up, right? So Kenny Kelly, Tim Tebow, and now Will Griffin, who just broke Tim Tebow's record. He's at Jesuit, right? So, like,
stock down on Will Griffin.
I was actually going to ask you that on a different episode. So yeah, because I have a friend of mine who works with him out there in Tampa. But to my point is, these kids who break records, like, and you're at a private school, a lot of it is a byproduct of like better coaching, better facilities, like they're running different offenses, especially in Florida, right? Which Jordan can speak to and I can speak to. If you're at a public school in Florida, your quarterback's coach is got to get off of his chair, got to shift at Jiffy Lube or his chair at the barbershop and come coach quarterbacks. Whereas if you're at a private school, you're actually getting real coaching. So there are factors that play into this.
Yeah, and also, like, you know where Derek Cooper goes, the 5-star Texas running back commit? He goes to Shaman and McDonald.
Oh, he's Chaminade, yeah.
You know who else went there? Jeremiah Smith.
Right.
And Hollywood Brown back in the day. You want to guess which level of public, since they're a private school, but they play in a public school football division. You want to guess which class they are?
Are they 2B?
They're 2A.
2A, okay.
So that's the second smallest, right?
If they still have the Bs, that'd be third smallest. But I don't know if they still do or don't.
Still, no one brings that up, right? So I don't know. The whole arch competition thing has just been the most annoying thing ever to hear, and we've heard it going back to like his sophomore year of high school. So I don't know. And thanks, Damon. I will be looking out for him. Tascasita does a good job. So, and they have 2 kids with Texas offers on their team right now, interior D lineman and a corner. But the whole arch thing is kind of mind-blowing to me. You know, I mean, people are going to say what they're going to say. He's now the Bronny James of college football, or forgot the other example that they got brought up.
Shador.
Yeah, Shador. Yeah, that's what it is. I did not watch this clip on Michael Wilbon, but I'm a fan of his, so I trust he said something correct.
It's a real great clip. Basically, Wilbon just saying, like, I'll kind of just summarize it. So much of the national conversation around college football are people who are watching like highlights and clips and whatnot, and then trying to opine and aren't actually watching games and aren't like really doing this. And Wilbon's just like, yo, just shut up. It's annoying.
Yeah. You want to hear something kind of funny that this just made me think of? Patrick said people tend to forget Colt McCoy played in 2A football at the time, which is now 3A. If I'm not mistaken, he went to Jim Ned High School, which I believe is in West Texas, small town West Texas, right? Or out west. I shouldn't, like, he wasn't in El Paso or none of that. But a few years ago, Jim Ned makes it to state. Eric, during their playoff run, just so you can get a kind of an idea of, I guess, where Colt McCoy grew up, and I'm sure it's changed. They're running out with Make America Great Again flags at their playoff games, running out of their tunnel.
I love it, bro.
With American and Texas flags, too.
I love it. Lean all into it. Listen, I'm not here to get political. I'm just saying, if that's how y'all get down, lean into it. That's all I got to say.
Hey, we can riff on this for a sec. Imagine Austin Lassa running out. Sorry, I'm not going to finish this. But yeah, and by the way, if anyone wants to take offense to this, I did not see this with my own 2 eyes. There are photos on the internet, though, and I have been told about this. Apparently, they weren't allowed to use those flags at the state games at AT&T Stadium. I was also told that.
That's hilarious to me.
But yeah. All right, yeah, Tuscola. Jim Ned is by Abilene, for those curious. I thought it was Tascola, but I didn't want to pronounce it wrong, so I just said, yeah, out there in West Texas. But anyways, more serious talk. What are the main things you want to see these next 3 weeks? Because, I mean, they're playing opponents where, like, we should see Khalil Lockett by the end of the third quarter. So what are you looking to see from the starters? And I guess also a second part of the question, which young players or players that haven't played much do you want to see?
1000% agree with you, right? You know, this is now my 3rd year covering Texas. They opened up against Rice year 1. It's a bit slow, offensively speaking, right? They opened up against Colorado State my 2nd year. The score, I think it was 52-0 or something like that. I think it was 52-0. It was a little slow. They eventually got there because Colorado State's offense just had nothing. It's a little slow. I want to see Texas make, and listen, I have all the respect in the world for G5 opponents, covering for 6 years. Jordan, this isn't Boise State. This isn't USF, right? We're not even talking about group of 5 opponents that really could come in here and challenge. Dear God, San Jose State just lost to Central Michigan 16-14, right? At home after being like 16-point favorites. I want to see Texas come out and make them look like that. Sam Houston won 10 games last year, completely different team, head coach gone, bunch of players gone, portal, graduate otherwise. You got to make them look like that. I'm a big Scotty Walden guy. I think Scotty Walden will get UTEP in the right direction. It ain't happening. They might make a bowl this year, but they're not anywhere a team that could push Texas. So I want to see the starters come out and truly make them look like child's play, right? Like that's what you want to see. As far as guys I want to see who didn't play, I'll just run down a handful. We'll go offense first. The backs, right? Jarrett Gibson, Christian Clark. Definitely want to see those guys. Receivers, Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, Steve Sarkisian. We spoke with him on Monday. He said Ryan Niblett would have been the next guy up against Ohio State. So I guess you want to see Niblett and then the young guys. Steve has talked about how much they want to be 12 personnel with different, groupings. I want to see more Nick Townsend, Jordan Washington, and then some of those young, offensive linemen that they're trying to build depth, right? Quickly on defense, the defensive tackle slew, right? The recruiting class from this year. I want to see as many of those guys as possible, most notably Josiah Sharma, Justice Terry. I'll go with those two guys. Bo Barnes, linebacker. At the secondary, Cade Phillips. Heard so much about him in camp. Cade Phillips, Jonah Williams. So, yeah, I think over the next 3 weeks, you need to see all of those guys. This should not be a situation, Jordan, where it's, all right, honestly, you said third quarter. I just because it's Steve, you're probably right. Steve, won't do it at halftime. But I'd like to see these games be over by halftime, quite frankly.
Yeah, they should be. And honestly, if I'm Texas, I'm putting Trevor Gooseby on ice the next 3 weeks, saying, hey, we're going to let this hand heal all the way up, or at least till it's 100% if it's done before 3 weeks. And Nick Brooks, welcome to college, buddy. You're starting left tackle. Because they are only one play away from that actually being a thing.
Yeah.
And he didn't play at all versus Ohio State. Jaden Chapman didn't play at all. And no one on the O-line played at all outside of the starting 5 and Connor Stroh or Nato Zulu, however you look at that. So getting the tackles in would be important. Brandon Baker needs a lot of work, a lot of reps, experience. So, I'd be fine with him playing 4 quarters. But Nick Brooks has to play. Out of all the non-starters that need snaps the next 3 weeks, none is more important than him, without doubt in my mind. Also think it'd be important for Caldwell and Trey Owens to get up to speed. Trey Owens, if I'm not mistaken, has never played a snap at Texas. I mean, he's only been there 1 year prior to this season. Did he play at all?
He threw 5, went 2 of 5 last year. He threw 5 passes.
Which game was he in?
I do not remember, but I know
one of the non-cons.
Yeah, it was 2 of 5 for 40 yards. I know his numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, so get him in there. At running back, I'd love to see Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson. Think this might be the last year Jarrett Gibson's a Longhorn, but we'll see. But I want to see him play. I want to see Clark play, and I want to see the 2 freshmen, although I doubt Ricky Stewart will play. It'll probably just be Simon. At tight end, Nick Townsend. Give me the Nick Townsend show. I would love there's nothing I'd love to see more. Nick Townsend's my favorite. And Mario Winston won't be back till October, so we're not going to discuss him. At receiver, Khalil Lockett. That's all I want to see. Dale McCutcheon, we've seen him. And then I think Michael Terry and Jamie French should redshirt. Would also love to see Aaron Butler. We haven't really seen anything of him. And, I mean, pretty much everyone else you mentioned. Real quick, going to run through some of these names on the San Jose State roster. Did you know former Texas Longhorns safety Larry Turner Gooden is a San Jose State? They are Spartans, right?
Spartan.
I almost said Aztecs, like they're San Diego State. But
I did know that on Larry Turner Gooden, yes.
And they also have – Will's going to bring this kid up tomorrow, I bet. Leland Smith.
Yep, from Purdue, out of Houston.
Yeah, he went to the same high school as Will. Will's a year older than him. And he also went to like a JUCO or something first. What other names do we have in here? I guess while I look at this, also, I wanted to ask you this earlier in the show, but didn't get around to it. Because we joined the beat the same week, June of 2023. And by my count, Texas has lost 5 or 6 games since then.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
OU and UW in 2023, Georgia twice, and Ohio State once in 2024, and Ohio State once in 2025. This obviously didn't end the season like the UW losses or the Ohio State loss did last year. Where do you put this loss on the spectrum, though, as far as like craziest fan reaction, most upset fan reaction? I don't know. Because it was bad on Saturday. And I mean, like, I do not want to spend any time on our website on the board at all just because constant negativity, you know?
Jordan, I walked into it because this is, as you said, it's the first regular season loss I've experienced. No, OU 2023, right? No, OU 2023. My bad. So this is second. I don't even remember OU being as bad as this. And I made the mistake, and I say that in air quotes because I firmly believe this. I said that Steve Sarkisian wasn't outcoached. I felt that Ohio State executed better, right? Steve Sarkisian didn't false start. Steve Sarkisian didn't have the quarterback sneak, end up going bust, right? Now, granted, he said himself he could have called a different play. He could have went heavy on heavy, and that's up for debate, right? Steve Sarkisian wasn't throwing balls in the dirt, right? Yeah, I got crushed on that for doing that, right? So, yeah, you asked me that question. It's an easy one. It's clearly first in terms of fan reaction.
Yeah, and like the Georgia game last year was, I mean, they got their fucking ass kicked. It wasn't close.
Right.
So that one wasn't that bad. The conference championship game was like, yeah, well, Bert Auburn needs to die. And that was the consistent feedback, right? But man, that OU game just reactivated some PTSD. Like, Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford were so horrible that year that Texas basically told them at the end of the year, hey, get the fuck out. We got to upgrade. And they did. Drew Makuba and Michael Taft turned into an All-American. So you look back at that 2023 OU game, I've watched the highlights, unfortunately, more than I probably should. A lot of busted plays and stuff are because Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford. And if they are able to make the play and are in position, they often miss the tackle. Some, B.J. Foster, old Tom Herman, Charlie Strong era tackling. But anyways, we're going to wrap it up and close it out. Up next, Locked On Cowboys previews tomorrow's NFL season opener between the Cowboys and Eagles in Philly. I think Cowboys fans will have a similar reaction to what Texas fans had starting tomorrow. Yeah, everyone who tuned in, Naaman Roberts, CB, Rob, Jake Bayless, Patrick, Doza, Antoine, Rodney, appreciate it, Troy. Those on podcast platforms, listen to us after the stream, appreciate it as well. Give us a like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.